This is Porch Lore. And I'm your host, Devin. This is the tale of the White Witch of Rose Hall. This story is about my trip to Jamaica, about the beauty of the island, the warmth of its people, and something else, something darker. This is my encounter with the White Witch of Rose Hall. It was last summer. I'd been feeling untethered, I guess. Life had been a whirlwind of stress and disappointment after disappointment. And if I'm being honest, I just needed to escape, to breathe, to find myself again. So I booked a trip to Jamaica. And not one of those all-inclusive resorts where you're surrounded by tourists sipping pina coladas by the pool. No, I wanted something immersive and authentic. Something real. I found a little guest house in Montego Bay, run by a local family. It was nestled on the edge of the jungle, surrounded by towering palms, banana trees, and flowering hibiscus. The air was thick with the scent of salt from the ocean, and the sweet, heady perfume of tropical blooms filled the breeze. It felt like stepping into a dream world. The family who ran the guest house was incredible. Miss Clara, the matriarch, was this tiny, feisty woman with a voice like warm molasses and a laugh that could light up the darkest room. She had this way of making you feel like family the moment you walked through the door. Her cooking was out of this world. Jerk chicken so tender it fell off the bone, and saltfish that tasted like home, and fresh mangoes so sweet they made your teeth ache. Every evening we'd sit on the porch, sipping sorrel drink or coconut water straight from the shell, and she'd tell us stories. Stories about the island's history, about the spirits that lived in the trees, and about the legends that had been passed down for generations. That's how I first heard about Annie Palmer, the White Witch of Rose Hall. Miss Clara told us about how Annie was this beautiful and cruel woman who lived in the 1800s at Rose Hall, a grand plantation house up in the hills. They said her spirit still haunted the house, that she'd appear to visitors, her pale skin glowing in the moonlight, her eyes burning with hatred. I laughed it off at first. I figured it was just a spooky tale to scare tourists. But Miss Clara gave me this look, like she knew something I didn't, and she told me that some stories are more than just stories. But I didn't think much of it at the time. I was too busy falling in love with Jamaica. The island is, God, it's breathtaking. The jungle is so alive, so dense and green, with vines hanging from the trees like curtains, and birds calling to each other in the canopy. I'd walk for hours, picking mangoes, guavas, and star apples straight from the trees, their juice sticky and sweet on my fingers. The locals would wave as I passed, calling out greetings in that musical Jamaican patois. It felt like paradise. But then, one day, I decided to visit Rose Hall. I had heard about the tours they offered, where you could just walk through the old plantation house and hear the history of the place. I love history, so I figured it would be interesting, a little taste of the island's past. But I didn't expect it to be what it was. The plantation only had one tour left for the day, so I signed up for that one, and I hopped onto a bus with several other people. There were probably about 12 of us total. The drive up to Rose Hall was stunning. The road wound through the hills, past fields of sugarcane and clusters of brightly painted houses. The air was thick with the scent of blooming flowers and the earthy smell of the jungle. When we finally reached the house, I was struck by how imposing it was. It was this grand white structure perched on a hill overlooking the ocean, with tall columns and wide verandas. It's beautiful. but there was something eerie about it, something that made my skin crawl. The tour guide was this cheerful woman with a bright smile and a voice that carried through the halls. She told us all about the history of the house, about Annie Palmer and her reign of terror. She showed us the rooms where Annie had supposedly practiced her dark magic, the dungeons where she tortured her slaves, and the spot where she was buried. It was fascinating, but also very unsettling. I kept feeling like someone was watching me. But we were the only tour group. There was no one else on the property. After the tour ended, we were told we had a quick break, so everyone from the group dispersed to hit the restrooms, eat some snacks, and walk around the property. Everyone else in the group seemed to at least be in pairs. I seemed to be the only solo one. So I decided to explore the grounds on my own. The sun was starting to set, casting long shadows across the lawn, and the air was thick with the scent of blooming flowers. I could stay here forever. I wandered down a path that led into the jungle, the trees closing in around me. It was quiet, except for the sound of my footsteps and the occasional rustle of leaves. Through the lush undergrowth, I see something that looks almost like ruins of an old building, stones or something. For those of you who don't know, I minored in archaeology in college, in anthropology, and I am a little obsessed with anything that has to do with archaeology, finding artifacts, remnants of the past, anything like that. So I love exploring for lost artifacts, remnants of the past, anything left behind by past owners. So I immediately kneel down and start to move the foliage out of the way so I can see what's underneath. Then it hits me, and I realize what I've just found. 2 rows of evenly spaced out fieldstones. Fieldstones were oftentimes used to mark slave burials on plantations. I think I just found the cemetery of the enslaved people who lived here. Oh my God. I have to tell somebody. By the looks of it and all the overgrowth, nobody knew it was there. It was starting to get dark now, so I turned around and ran back up the trail toward the plantation to alert the tour guide of what I had found. But to my horror, the tour bus was gone. Everyone was gone. The group had left me at Rose Hall Plantation alone. And now the sun was almost completely set, and it was dark. This is the jungle. I'm not walking miles back to the guest house in the pitch black jungle. This isn't Ohio. There are major predators out here. So I managed to get the back door to the kitchen of the plantation house open and was able to take shelter inside for the night. The house was gorgeous and so grand. Not gonna lie, it kind of felt cool to be able to spend the evening there and pretend like it was my house. It was a little spooky, but surprisingly cozy, and I felt safe and protected from the creepy wild sounds of the jungle at night. I finished the last granola bar I had in my backpack and laid down on one of the fainting couches to go to sleep until morning. Then I'd walk back. Just as I started to doze off, I smelled a strong, sweet floral smell and felt a cold breeze brush across my face. I opened my eyes, and that's when I saw her. She was wearing a white dress, the fabric flowing around her like smoke, and her skin, it was so pale it looked like she was glowing. Her hair was dark, cascading down her back, and her eyes, they were black, like voids, and they were fixed on me. I sat straight up and froze. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. She didn't move. She just stood there, watching me with those empty eyes. And then she smiled. But it wasn't a friendly smile. It was cruel, twisted, like she knew something I didn't. I wanted to run, but my legs wouldn't move. I was rooted to the spot, staring at her as she took a step forward. And then she spoke. Her voice was low, almost a whisper, but it carried through the air like a knife. "You shouldn't be here," she said. "This is my home." I don't know how I did it, but I managed to leap off that fainting couch and run. I didn't look back. I just ran as fast as I could out the back door and down the long winding driveway, my feet slipping on the wet leaves, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I didn't stop running until I was all the way back to the guest house, collapsing on the porch, my heart still racing. Miss Clara found me laying there, shaking and pale. She didn't ask what happened, just handed me a cup of tea, sat beside me, her hand on my shoulder. "You saw it, didn't you?" she said quietly. I nodded, too shaken to speak. She sighed, her eyes sad. "Some spirits," she said. "Don't rest easy." That night, I told Miss Clara about the graves of the enslaved that I thought I had discovered at Rose Hall. She jumped up, got on the phone, and the next morning, we met with the head of the Historical Society and a few government officials as I led them to the spot. I left Jamaica the next day. I couldn't stay, not after what I'd seen. 2 months later, I received a phone call. It was Miss Clara. She told me they sent archaeologists out there who had confirmed that it was in fact the missing graveyard of the enslaved people who lived at Rose Hall. I like to think their spirits are already at peace. But as for Annie Palmer, the White Witch of Rose Hall, we know her spirit is not at rest, and probably never will be. This is Porch Lore, and I'm your host, Devin. This is the tale of the hitchhiker. I've always enjoyed the solitude of the back roads, the endless winding stretches, the whisper of the wind through the trees, and the open spaces offer a calm I could never find in the city. This trip was meant to be a reset, a break from the daily grind, and the idea of driving alone for hours through quiet, scenic routes was exactly what I needed. But I couldn't have anticipated what the road had in store for me this time. The drive had been serene so far, passing by fields and forests with no real destination in mind, just an open map and a willingness to see where the day would take me. I've never liked the pressure of having to get to a specific destination by a certain date or time. I enjoy taking in everything the American road trip has to offer. Taking exits when I see one of those brown signs for some random historical marker. You know the ones. They're my favorite. I have learned so much about this vast country of ours just by slowing down a little bit and paying better attention to my surroundings instead of my phone. You'd be amazed what you can experience when you make an effort to be more present. It's good for the soul, or at the very least, might make for some good stories. The early part of the trip had been quiet. The only company I had was the occasional crow perched on a road sign or a hawk circling above. After a few hours, I found myself on an isolated stretch of highway, winding through dense trees that seemed to lean closer as if they were closing in on me. That's when I saw him, a figure standing alone by an old beaten-up sign that had decades of sun fading. The young man wore dark, simple clothes, a flannel shirt over jeans, and he carried a small, worn duffel bag slung over one shoulder. He had a calm, almost expectant look, as though he'd been waiting for someone. Against my better judgment, I slowed down, my eyes fixed on him through the windshield. There was just something in his expression, a mixture of hope and resignation that compelled me to pull over. I still can't explain why in the world I let this random man get into the passenger seat of my car, because I know that's crazy, and I've never picked up a hitchhiker before in my life. But all I can say is this: I am someone who can feel other people's energy very well. And this man, his energy was so bright and warm, and I felt he truly needed my help. Or at the very least, we were meant to cross paths. I could feel it. As he got into my car, I noticed he carried himself with an air of quiet calm. He settled into the passenger seat without a word, merely offering a polite nod, and we resumed our drive in silence. He gazed out the window with a detached expression, his eyes fixed on the passing trees, as though he was seeing something I couldn't. As we drove, he began to share tales about the places we passed, almost as though he was narrating them for himself rather than for me. His stories were filled with oddly specific details, recounting local legends and histories of old mining towns and forgotten backwoods communities. Those of you who know me know that this legit sounds like me on road trips. I have always been a huge fan of history and have lots of random legends and lore in the archives of my brain, hence me creating porch lore. Anyway, back to the story. So he mentioned ghost towns that had been left behind after disasters, and towns that people abandoned suddenly, where they left everything behind in a hurry. The descriptions he gave were so vivid, it felt as if I was seeing them for myself. But as I listened, an unsettling feeling began to creep in. His stories seemed so detailed, so intimate. And the sense of familiarity that had comforted me at first now felt like something darker. Like these memories weren't merely heard secondhand, but instead were experiences he'd lived through himself. I couldn't shake the feeling that his recollections weren't just of places he'd visited, but of lives he'd lived. A chill crawled up my spine as he recounted a particularly eerie tale of a bridge up ahead. He described it in an unsettling level of detail, telling of a man who had been seen wandering the roads for years after his car skidded off the bridge one rainy night. The man had never been found, but local rumors claimed he could still be seen, waiting for a ride that would take him somewhere he could never seem to reach. The weight of his words lingered, pressing down on the air in the car, thickening the silence between us. I felt a compulsion to glance in the rearview mirror, as though expecting to see something behind us. But the mirror showed only the road and the blurred outline of trees. I shifted uneasily in my seat, telling myself it was just a story, but the odd familiarity in his voice made me question that. The road wound on, dusk settling in around us, and I noticed he hadn't asked for any breaks or even taken a drink of water. There was an unnatural stillness to him, like he belonged more to the mist creeping over the road than to the seat beside me. The longer we drove, the more the atmosphere in the car shifted, taking on an oppressive quality that made me want to stop and let him out. Yet I kept driving, as if compelled by some unseen force. We reached the bridge just as the last of the light faded, and the old iron structure loomed out of the mist, its rusted beams casting long, spindly shadows. The radio, which had been faintly buzzing with static, went silent, and I felt the chill of the air settle deep in my bones. As we crossed the bridge, he sat forward slightly, his expression unreadable but strangely intense. The bridge groaned under the car's weight, the iron creaking and straining, and I felt a cold sweat bead on my forehead. The strange, heavy silence in the car seemed to pulse, thickening with each passing second. There was a quiet finality to it, as though something was about to end, or perhaps to begin. We reached the other side of the bridge and he turned. Gazing out at the fog settling over the road, he stared into my eyes, smiled and said, "Thank you for having an open heart." Then he reached down, lifting his duffel bag, and looked toward a faded roadside marker barely visible in the twilight. A strange sense of relief washed over me as he reached for the door handle and stepped out of my car. his movements measured and deliberate. As he stood by the side of the road, he smiled at me one last time and waved as a low fog drifted across the road, obscuring him from view for a moment. When the mist cleared, he was gone. I blinked, unsure if he had stepped into the fog or if it had simply swallowed him whole. The hairs on the back of my neck prickled, and I found myself gripping the wheel tighter than I'd realized. I sat there for a long moment, staring into the fog over the empty road, waiting for something, though I wasn't sure what. Eventually I drove off, but I couldn't shake the feeling of his presence lingering, like a shadow cast across the passenger seat. The quiet inside of the car felt different now, heavier somehow. I actually kind of missed his company. Days later, when I mentioned the hitchhiker to a local clerk in the next town, he gave me an odd look. He recounted an old story about a young man who had disappeared on the road many years ago, a traveler who had vanished without a trace, last seen hitchhiking near the bridge on a cold autumn night. Locals said that he was still trying to get home, that some people swore they'd seen him over the years, his face blank, his bag slung over his shoulder, as he waited for a ride that would never take him to where he was trying to go, which was just the other side of the bridge, where I took him. I still don't know if he was real, or if I toked a little too much while cruising that night. But sometimes, on those quiet back roads, I catch myself glancing at the passenger seat, half expecting to see him sitting there, waiting silently for the journey to begin again. And to be honest, he wasn't bad company. If I ever see him again, I will absolutely stop and pick him up. He can ride shotgun anytime. This is Porch Lore. And I'm your host, Devin. This is the tale of the Baker Hotel. I want to tell you about the night I almost didn't make it out of the Baker Hotel in Mineral Wells, Texas. You've probably heard of it. This massive decaying structure looming over the town, once a grand luxury resort in the early 1900s, now one of the most haunted places in the state of Texas. It's been the site of countless ghost stories, but what happened to me that night was something else entirely. Now, as you all know, I've always been the kind of person who loves a good ghost story. But I also respect the places that hold those stories. I am not one of those people who waltzes into an abandoned building trying to provoke spirits for a cheap thrill. You know who I'm talking about. So, when I decided to visit the Baker Hotel, it wasn't to chase shadows. It was because I had been doing some research for a podcast episode I was planning about haunted Texas landmarks. My plan was simple: get some photos, maybe pick up some EVP recordings if I was lucky, and most importantly, avoid getting arrested for trespassing. The Baker Hotel was built in the 1920s, a towering monument to luxury, offering mineral water treatments that supposedly had healing properties. People came from all over the country to bathe in the pools, drink the water, and bask in the hotel's elegance. But behind its glamorous past lurked a darker history. The hotel was said to be cursed from the beginning. People died in the pools. Guests jumped to their deaths from the balconies. And then there was the mistress of the hotel owner. Her story haunted me the most. They say she was a beautiful woman who lived in the hotel. But when the affair soured, she threw herself from the top floor. Her perfume supposedly still lingers in the air where she fell. She was one of the spirits I was hoping to encounter. I made my way inside just after midnight. I had done my homework. I figured out where security patrolled, and I knew which entrance was least likely to get me caught. I am still an investigative journalist at heart. I just can't help myself. The place smelled of old wood and mildew, and the silence was almost suffocating. My footsteps echoed as I moved carefully through the main lobby, past the grand staircase. I am a lover of not only history, but of the beautiful craftsmanship and architecture of the past. So the decay of this once grand building was honestly heartbreaking to me. I hate seeing structures like this that have been neglected and are now falling apart. Peeling wallpaper, shattered chandeliers, the skeletons of chairs and tables that once held high society gatherings. It felt like time had rotted here. I started taking pictures, making my way toward the old spa area in the basement. That's where a lot of paranormal activity had been reported. People have reported hearing whispers, seeing shadows, and the feeling of being watched. And sure enough, as soon as I stepped into the basement corridor, I felt it. That shift in the air. You know the way a storm feels when it's blowing in? You can almost feel the electricity in the air. It felt like that. It wasn't just cold, but it was charged with energy, like the moment before a lightning strike. I took out my EVP recorder, hit record, and softly asked, "Is anyone here with me?" I wasn't expecting a response right away, but then, clear as day, I heard something that made my stomach drop. Footsteps. Not faint or distant, but right behind me, heavy and deliberate. I spun around, heart pounding, and no one was there. But the air smelled different now, almost like damp roses. My mind raced. Was it the ghost of the mistress? Was I standing where she had once walked? I took a step forward, and that's when I saw it. A shadow. No, not just a shadow, but something darker than the surrounding darkness around it. A figure, tall and thin, standing at the far end of the corridor. I could make out its head and its shoulders, and it wasn't moving, but it had to be aware of me. And then, suddenly it did move, but not in the way a person moves. It shifted in a distorted way, like it was glitching in and out of reality. And then, in the blink of an eye, it was much closer to me. I staggered back, my breath hitching. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but my legs were frozen. Then, the lights flickered on. The lights shouldn't even be working in a place that has been abandoned for decades. And in that brief illumination, I saw its face. Or rather, the absence of one. A smooth, featureless void where eyes and a mouth should be, and yet somehow I could feel it watching me. That's when the whispering started. A chorus of voices, overlapping, rising in urgency, not from the thing in front of me, but from all around me. I realized then that I wasn't alone. There were others, countless others, pressing in from the darkness. I bolted. I hardly remember the feeling of my feet slamming against the tile as I ran back toward the staircase. The whispers turned into shrieks, and the air became so thick, I felt like I could barely breathe. I made it to the lobby, out of breath, but something was wrong. The grand staircase wasn't where it was supposed to be. The layout of the building had changed. My stomach twisted as I realized I was no longer in the same Baker Hotel that I walked into. The building had shifted around me, trapping me in a version of itself that shouldn't exist. Panic clawed at my throat, but I forced myself to focus. If the building wanted me lost, I had to outthink it. So, I turned sharply, heading toward the entrance I had come through. And then I heard it. A new sound, different from the whispers. Something scraping, dragging, something large. I didn't dare look back. I just ran. My only thought was getting out before whatever it was following me caught up. The second my hands touched the door handle, I felt something cold brush against my back. Ice cold, like a breath from something that had never been alive. Then, suddenly, I was outside. The night air hit me like a slap, and I stumbled forward, gasping. The hotel loomed behind me, silent once more. I turned, expecting to see movement in the windows, but there was nothing, just darkness. I don't know what I encountered that night, or what happened to me, but I've spent weeks researching, and here's the thing. There are reports buried deep in Old Town records of people vanishing inside the Baker Hotel, even during its heyday. Guests who checked in, but never checked out. And when I went back through my photos, I found something chilling. One picture, taken in the basement corridor, there's a glimpse of something tall in the corner. Something faceless and watching. This is Porch Lore. And I'm your host, Devin. This is the tale of the detour. Okay, so I need to tell you about one of the weirdest nights of my life. I've been doing solo road trips since I was an emancipated 17-year-old whose parents lived in Ohio while I was still finishing high school in North Carolina. I've become very comfortable being on the road alone. I honestly almost prefer it at this point. Just me and the miles ahead of me, the windshield sunset in my eyes, like a watercolor painted sky. Well, last September, I was driving from Ohio to Virginia, avoiding highways because if I have the time and it's not too many added miles, I really do love to take the scenic route. All the tiny towns just have so much character, and it's just peaceful country cruising without another car for miles. It's truly a serene way to road trip, but it can also have its downsides, like taking you a little further away from cell towers, which can cause your GPS to glitch like mine did, right around the Ohio-West Virginia border. My GPS ended up spazzing out and rerouting me to some back roads that I did not recognize. These roads looked like they hadn't been paved since the Nixon era. And that's how I ended up in Point Pleasant, West Virginia. Cute name, right? Sounds like a Hallmark town. But the second I crossed the Welcome to Point Pleasant sign, my car started making this gurgling noise, like it was choking. I pulled over into a gas station with a flickering neon logo. Mothman Gas & Co. Real subtle. I called AAA, but the guy said it'd be 6 hours. What? 6 hours? It didn't even take the tow truck driver from Vegas to come get us in Death Valley 6 hours. The sun was already dipping behind the hills, and the only motel in town had a sign that said, "No vacancy." But also, weirdly below it, it read, "Beware the bridge." I figured it was just some local joke. So there I was, stranded in the middle of nowhere, West Virginia, sitting on the curb outside the gas station, when I realized that I actually had cell service here. So I decided to Google Point Pleasant. And there it was. Endless websites describing Point Pleasant. The Mothman, red eyes, wings, a bridge collapse, UFOs, and all kinds of weird, unexplained encounters and conspiracies. And I was stranded here, alone. The cashier inside the gas station sold moth-shaped cookies and I Love Cryptids t-shirts. I bought a coffee that tasted like motor oil and asked if there was a library or something nearby to kill time. She pointed down the road and told me to follow the river. Then she told me not to linger after dark. Okay. The library was closed, of course. So I did linger. Yes, I did. And I wandered toward the river past the bridge. Well, the new bridge, I guess, since the old one collapsed in the 1960s. The Ohio River looked black, swallowing up the sunset. It was pretty much completely dark now down by the river, and there were no streetlights. Then, my phone lost service again. All I could hear was the sound of the water and this strange humming, almost like a transformer about to blow. I turned back towards town, and the streets were completely empty. No cars, no people, and now even the gas station lights were off. Panic started to creep in. And that's when I saw something rising out of the weeds. They were concrete bunkers. The haunting remains of World War II. They were the ones used as a TNT storage area, and they were actually considered ground zero for Mothman sightings. Well, since my curiosity is insatiable, and I love a good adventure, I decided just to check them out really quickly. The first bunker had graffiti, a winged figure with red eyes. Cute. As I walked up to the second one, the beam of my flashlight caught graffiti. "Beware the bird" was spray painted on the bunker. Funny. But then, a sound. Not an owl, not a deer, a low vibrating hum, almost like power lines buzzing. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I turned, and there in between the trees, 2 glowing red lights. Then I started to realize they weren't lights. They were eyes, glowing like hot coals. They hovered 7 feet off the ground. The thing stepped forward. My legs turned to cement. I swear my brain short-circuited. It was tall, 7 feet, maybe, with hunched bony shoulders, skin like wet charcoal, and wings, not bird wings, but not bat wings, something in between, folded tight against its spine. Those eyes, they glowed, not like reflectors, like they were lit from the inside. I turned and ran. Branches clawed at my arms, slowing my escape. Then I tripped over some roots and tore my jeans. I didn't even care. The buzzing sound followed behind me, vibrating in my skull, but I didn't dare look back. When my feet hit the paved road, I quickly glanced back as I ran, and the creature was on the bridge, perched on the railing, head tilted to one side, looking at me almost like a curious dog. Then it spread its wings, and they were 10 feet wide, easily. And it let out a horrifying screech that sounded like a train braking. I ran all the way back to my car at the gas station, jumped in, and locked the doors. AAA finally showed up at midnight. The tow truck driver didn't ask why I was shaking. He just nodded when I mentioned seeing something odd by the river. He told me that I was the 3rd highway traveler this month to somehow get rerouted to Point Pleasant and end up stranded right at sunset. I slept in my car in the parking lot of the auto shop until it opened in the morning. After an inspection, the mechanic found nothing wrong, and my car started up and ran like it had never had a problem. I paid him, thanked him, and got back on the road. As I drove back onto the highway, I noticed something in my passenger seat. It was a feather, black, thick as my thumb, and reeking of sulfur. It could just be a crow feather, and blew into my car during my road trip. Maybe I'm overreacting. Or did the Mothman leave me some type of peace offering? He clearly didn't want to hurt me, or he absolutely could have. I know I never could have outrun him if he had actually been hunting me. And to be honest, it almost seemed as if it was sad that I turned and ran away from him. Even though I was scared out of my mind, I oddly felt bad for the creature. I have no idea what I encountered that late summer night in West Virginia, and I'll probably never be able to confirm what it was. But am I going to take this feather somewhere to have it tested? You bet I am. This is Porch Lore. And I'm your host, Devin. This is the tale of the Tree People. Let me tell you about the time I almost died. And I don't mean in some metaphorical, it was so embarrassing I could have died kind of way. I mean, I should not be here to tell you this story. If things had gone just a little differently, I wouldn't be sitting here now. I grew up in Virginia, but a few years ago, I moved to Montana for work. I wanted a fresh start, something different from the suburbs where I'd spent most of my life. And let me tell you, Montana is different. The air is so crisp it hurts in the winter. The sky stretches so wide it feels like you're on another planet. And there are places out there where you can drive for miles without seeing a single house. It's beautiful, but it's also lonely in a way that sneaks up on you. I found that out the hard way when I took a solo weekend trip to a cabin in the middle of nowhere. It had been a long week at work, and I wanted to get away. Just me, a few bottles of wine, and some books I kept telling myself I'd read, but never actually had. The cabin was one of those authentic rustic rentals, where they basically disclose in the listing that there is no Wi-Fi and no TV. Basically, bare necessities, rugged retreat. The kind of place that sounds like a dream until you actually get there and realize you're completely cut off from civilization. The drive alone should have been a warning. My GPS lost signal an hour before I even reached the cabin. The condition of the road kept getting worse. Potholes deep enough to swallow a tire, barely enough space for one car, and trees pressing in on both sides like they were trying to keep me from getting through. I told myself everything was fine. I wanted an adventure, right? When I finally pulled up, the place looked abandoned. The pictures online showed a cute, well-maintained little cabin. But in real life, the porch sagged, the windows looked dirty, and the whole thing had this forgotten, unloved feeling. But at that point, I had been driving for hours, and I wasn't about to just turn around. I just really needed a rest. So I shrugged it off and carried my bags inside. The first night was fine. Mostly. I made a fire, cooked dinner, and read by candlelight because the single overhead light in the living room flickered eerily like something out of a horror movie, and I couldn't stand having it on anymore. The quiet out there was almost too much. In the city, silence isn't really silence. There's always background noise. A car in the distance, a neighbor's dog barking. But out there, it was complete, utter stillness. At some point, I started feeling weird. You know that sensation like you're being watched? I kept glancing at the windows, expecting to see something looking in. But there was nothing. Just darkness so deep it seemed to press against the glass. I laughed at myself, told myself I was just creeped out because I wasn't used to the quiet. And so I decided to go to bed. And that was the last normal night I had. The next day I went for a hike. There was a trail behind the cabin that led up to a ridge, and I figured I'd go check out the view. It was beautiful. But after a while, I got that weird feeling again, like I wasn't alone. I stopped and listened, and nothing. No birds, no rustling leaves, just silence, thick and heavy. Then I saw them. At first, I thought it was just shadows moving between the trees. But then I realized, no, these were figures. Tall, too tall, and thin. They didn't move in a normal way either. Not like people, more like marionettes. Their limbs bending at odd angles as they stepped between the trees. Yep, pretty much the most horrifying way you could imagine a person moving their body. I stood there frozen, watching them in horror. And then, all at once, they stopped. Every single one of them. And they turned their heads towards me. I ran. I don't even remember making the decision to run. My body just took over. The hike up there had taken me almost an hour. But I swear I made it back to the cabin in just a few minutes. I slammed the door shut, locked it, and grabbed the biggest knife I could find from the kitchen. For hours I sat there staring at the windows, listening. But there was nothing. Just silence. After a while, I started to convince myself that maybe I hadn't seen what I thought I had. Maybe the isolation was just getting to me. Maybe I was just freaking myself out. But that night, I woke up to the sound of something tapping on my bedroom window. But the bedroom was on the second floor. The tapping was rhythmic, precise. Not the random scrape of a tree branch, but something deliberate, like someone was knocking. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I just laid there, staring at the ceiling. Then, slowly, I turned my head toward the window, and there was a face pressed against the glass. Not a human face, not even close. The features were all wrong. Too stretched, too smooth, like something trying to look human but failing. It had no eyes, just deep, empty sockets. But I knew it was looking at me. I don't remember screaming, but I must have, because my throat was raw when I finally managed to move. I grabbed my car keys and ran downstairs. I didn't care about my bags. I didn't care about anything except getting the hell out of there. When I yanked open the front door, I stopped dead. There they were, standing in the yard. Dozens of them. Their heads all tilting at the same time, like curious animals as they looked at me. I ran. I don't know how I made it to my car, but I did. The second I got inside, I locked the doors and started the engine. Headlights washed over the trees, and for just a second, I thought they were gone. Then I saw them in the rearview mirror, right behind my car. I gunned it down that awful, narrow road, not even caring if I wrecked. I just needed to get away from them. I didn't look back, not until I was miles away, back on the main road, speeding towards the nearest town. The next day, I called the rental company to ask about the cabin. They acted confused and told me there was no cabin at that location. So I drove back, just to be sure. And sure enough, no cabin. There was nothing there. Just trees. Tall, strangely bent, thin, silent trees. It started as one of those dreamy road trips, a meandering escape from the monotony of my 9-to-5. I'd quit my job, sold most of my stuff, and hit the road in my little camper van with my sweet cat Alfie as my co-pilot. It was just me, my cat, and the open road, tracing ribbons of asphalt across America. The plan was simple. No itinerary, no deadlines, just freedom. Somewhere along the way, the Appalachian Mountains called my name, and I decided to park near the trail for a few days of peace. The spot I found was idyllic, or so I thought. It was tucked into a grove of towering pines, with the Appalachian Trail weaving nearby like a thread through an old tapestry. The air was cool and smelled like moss and earth, and I felt like a pioneer discovering some uncharted corner of the world. After a day of hiking, I returned to my van with aching legs and a happy heart. Alfie greeted me with his usual loving meow, demanding to be picked up and fed. After some hugs and head nuzzles, I fed him, made myself a bowl of chili, and settled into my makeshift bed to read by lantern light. The stillness was incredible. No cars, no city hum, just the occasional hoot of an owl or rustle of the wind. That's when I first noticed the strange smell. It was faint, but unmistakable, like something metallic and sweet. Blood, maybe? I brushed it off as my imagination and tried to focus on my book, but the smell lingered, making my stomach twist. Alfie's ears flattened and he let out a low, uneasy growl. My nerves prickled. It's just a deer or something. I mumbled more to reassure myself than Alfie, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we were not alone. That night, Alfie was on edge and I didn't sleep well. The van, usually my cozy little cocoon of safety, felt more like a fragile tin can. I kept waking up, sure I had heard something. A branch snapping, the faint crunch of footsteps. I peeked out the windows, but the forest was just a wall of black. Alfie curled up against me, his fur bristling. By morning, I convinced myself it was nothing. I decided to explore the area, sticking to well-marked trails. The sun was bright, the forest alive with birdsong, and I started to feel silly for being so spooked last night. That was until I crossed paths with a man. He was older, with a face weathered like tree bark and eyes that didn't quite match his friendly smile. He wore a faded plaid shirt and carried a rusty hatchet slung casually over his shoulder. We exchanged the usual pleasantries, but there was something about him that made my skin crawl. "You camping around here?" he asked, his tone just a shade too curious. I hesitated. "Just passing through," I lied. His smile widened. "Not a lot of folks come up this way. It's quiet, you know? Real peaceful." "Yeah, that's what I was looking for," I said, gripping my hiking poles a little tighter. He nodded, lingering a beat too long before continuing down the trail. As soon as he was out of sight, I turned back toward the van, my heart thudding. When I got back, something felt off. The side door was ajar, though I wasn't sure I'd locked it. Inside, things had been moved. Not much, just little things. My mug was on the counter instead of the sink, and Alfie's litter box had been shifted a few inches. My stomach dropped. Someone had been in here. I grabbed my pepper spray and did a thorough check, but whoever it was had gone. I double-checked the locks and told myself that I'd leave in the morning. But as night fell, that metallic smell returned, stronger this time, clinging to my clothes and hair. Alfie hissed, his tail puffed like a bottle brush. Around midnight, I heard it. Not just the imagined sounds of the forest, but something deliberate. Footsteps, heavy, purposeful, circling the van. Alfie's growls turned to low, guttural yowls as the footsteps stopped just outside the driver's side door. I held my breath, clutching the pepper spray like it was a lifeline. And then, silence. The kind that's so loud it feels like a weight on your chest. Minutes dragged into hours, and I finally drifted into a restless sleep, jerking awake at every little sound. By dawn, I was so ready to leave. But when I opened the door, I froze. There were handprints on the van, smudged and greasy, like someone had run their fingers along the windows, and on the hood was something worse. A small pile of animal bones arranged in a crude circle. My stomach churned, but I forced myself to clean it up, tossing the bones into the woods before starting the engine. I needed to get out of here. But the van wouldn't start. The battery was dead, though I'd checked it just a day ago. Panic bubbled in my chest as I tried and failed to get it going. I was stranded. I spent the day trying to flag down hikers, but no one passed by. The isolation pressed in on me, the forest now feeling less like a haven and more like a trap. That night, I barricaded the doors with everything I could find. A folding chair, a cooler, even Alfie's litter box. I kept a kitchen knife within arm's reach and huddled under my blankets, praying for the morning. The smell came back, thicker than ever, and with it, a low, guttural humming. It wasn't an animal. It sounded human, but wrong, like someone was trying to mimic a song they'd never heard. The sound moved closer, circling the van, and then something heavy slammed against the side. Alfie screeched and darted under the bed as I grabbed the knife, my heart pounding. The van rocked as whatever it was slammed into it again, harder this time. And then, nothing. I stayed awake until the first rays of sunlight pierced through the trees. When I finally opened the door, I saw it. Deep gouges in the metal, like claw marks, and a message scrawled in what looked like ash across the windshield. It said, "Leave." I didn't need to be told twice. I spent the day rigging a makeshift solar charger I'd brought on a whim, praying it would give the battery enough juice to start the engine. By late afternoon, I tried again, and the van roared to life. Relief washed over me as I threw my stuff into the back and prepared to leave. As I pulled onto the narrow dirt road, I saw him again. The man from the trail, standing at the edge of the woods, watching me with the same unsettling smile. This time, the hatchet wasn't slung casually over his shoulder. It was in his hand, the blade glistening in the fading light. I didn't stop. My hand shook as I gripped the wheel, my eyes darting to the rearview mirror every few seconds. It wasn't until I was miles away, back on a main road, that I let out the breath I'd been holding. I wish I could say that was the end of it, but when I stopped at a gas station to fill up, I noticed something chilling. On the back of the van, etched into the dirt, was a single word: soon. I drove through the night, not stopping until I was well beyond the Appalachian Trail. To this day, I don't know what I encountered out there. A deranged local? Something else? All I know is that Alfie and I escaped with our lives, and one hell of a story. And now, every time I get into my van, I check the locks twice and keep Alfie close, just in case. The Appalachian Mountains are a place of undeniable beauty, their peaks and valleys stretching out like something from a painting. But they've always carried an undercurrent of something darker, a sense that they're alive in ways we can't quite understand. When I got the last-minute group chat invitation from my old college friends for a weekend camping trip, I hesitated. It wasn't like us to be so spur of the moment, and something about it felt odd. But the idea of getting out of Nashville and into the fresh mountain air won me over. I packed my gear, loaded up the car, and hit the road, eager to reconnect. The drive took me through winding roads that seemed to pull me deeper and deeper into the wilderness. By the time I reached the trailhead, the late afternoon sun was casting long shadows across the parking lot. My friends Becca, Jenna, and Laura were already there, waiting by their cars. Something about the way they stood perfectly still and silent until I pulled in gave me a pause. But as soon as I stepped out, they were all smiles and laughter, bustling to unload their gear and head to the campsite. I shook off the unease, telling myself it was just the isolation of the mountains playing tricks on me. The hike to the campsite was uneventful at first, though the trail was unusually quiet. No birds, no rustling leaves, just the crunch of our boots on the dirt path. As we walked, I noticed odd things. A set of deep gouges on a tree trunk. A pile of stones arranged in a strange spiral pattern beside the trail. I pointed them out, but my friends shrugged them off, their enthusiasm unshaken. The campsite was about 3 miles in, tucked into a clearing surrounded by towering pines. It should have been picturesque, but something about it felt wrong. The ground was bare, as if nothing had grown there for years, and the air was heavy with a faint metallic smell. My friends didn't seem to notice. They chatted as they set up their tents, their voices echoing unnaturally in the stillness. I tried to join in, but my unease only grew. That night, as we sat around the campfire, the woods seemed to close in around us. The darkness felt thicker than usual, the kind that swallows your flashlight beam and makes every shadow look like it's moving. The conversation drifted to ghost stories, then urban legends, each tale punctuated by nervous laughter. But something was off. The stories my friends told didn't sound like them. Becca's story was rambling and disjointed, not her usual sharp wit. And Jenna's laugh came a fraction too late, like she'd forgotten how to time it. And Laura, the most grounded of us all, stared into the fire with an intensity that made my skin crawl. I went to bed early, blaming it on the hike. In truth, I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone. I lay in my tent listening to the crackle of the dying fire and the occasional murmur of my friends' voices. Then I heard it. a low, guttural sound coming from the woods. It wasn't an animal, at least not one that I've ever heard before. It was followed by a rustling, then silence. I held my breath, my heart pounding, but nothing else happened. I told myself it was just my imagination, though I didn't sleep much after that. The next morning, things got stranger. Becca's tent was empty, her sleeping bag neatly rolled up inside. When I asked where she'd gone, Jenna and Laura just stared at me blankly, as if they didn't understand the question. Then, almost in unison, they said she'd gone to get water, but there was no water source nearby. We'd brought everything we needed. I offered to go look for her, but they waved me off, saying she'd be back soon. The nonchalance of their voices didn't match the situation. I decided to take a short walk to clear my head, hoping the fresh air would help. As I wandered, I came across something that stopped me in my tracks. A pile of bones picked clean and arranged in a circle. They looked too large to be from an animal, but I wouldn't let myself think about the alternative. The metallic smell from the night before was stronger here, making my stomach churn. I turned back toward the campsite, my pace quickening with each step. When I returned, Jenna and Laura were sitting by the fire, eerily calm, and Becca's things were gone. And when I asked where she was, they acted like she'd never been there. My pulse quickened as I scanned their faces, searching for some sign of the friends I'd known for years. But their expressions were blank, almost empty. I tried to hide my panic, forcing a laugh and saying I wasn't feeling well and I needed to leave. They didn't argue, they didn't even react. They just watched as I packed up my gear, their eyes following me with unsettling precision. As I slung my pack over my shoulder and turned to leave, Jenna said something that made me freeze. "You shouldn't have come here." Her voice was flat, devoid of emotion, and when I looked back at her, her eyes were wrong, too dark, like the pupils had swallowed the irises entirely. I didn't respond. I just walked. My steps quickened as I put distance between myself and the campsite, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The woods seemed different now. The trees close together, the path harder to follow. I stumbled more than once, the unease growing with every step. Then I heard it again, that guttural sound from the night before, closer this time. It was followed by heavy footsteps crashing through the underbrush. Whatever it was following me. I broke into a run, my pack slamming against my back as I tore through the woods. The footsteps gained on me, the sound of snapping branches and labored breathing growing louder. I didn't dare look back. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but I kept going until I burst out onto the trailhead and saw my car. Relief flooded through me as I fumbled with the keys, practically throwing myself inside and locking the doors. As I sped down the mountain road, the metallic smell lingered, clinging to my clothes and filling the car. I didn't stop until I reached my apartment in Nashville, slamming the door behind me and collapsing onto the couch. My phone buzzed with a notification and my stomach dropped when I saw it. It was the group chat. The message was simple. "Are you almost here? We're waiting by the trailhead." I just stared at it, my hands trembling. Then, as I pushed the lock button on my phone, the date popped up on the lock screen. It was Friday again, like the entire weekend hadn't even happened yet. To this day, I don't know what happened in those mountains. Was it a time slip? Did I enter some parallel universe where those weren't really my friends? I don't know what I saw, or if or when my friends had ever been there with me. All I know is that I'll never go back, and I'll never ignore that quiet voice in the back of my mind again, the one that tells me when something just isn't right. This is Porch Lore, and I'm your host, Devin. This is the tale of Whispering Pines. There's something about winter storms that strips away every illusion of control we think we have. You can plan, prepare, check the forecast 100 times. But when nature decides to cut you off from the rest of the world, you're still helpless. That's the lesson I learned last winter when Chelsea and I had decided to rent a cabin in a place called Whispering Pines. Chelsea had found the listing online, an old family-owned property deep in the Appalachian Mountains. It was advertised as rustic but comfortable, with hiking trails, a fireplace, and a hot tub that we never even got the chance to use. It sounded perfect for our little bestie escape, a way to recharge after a stressful holiday season. The place was remote, but that was part of the appeal. No phones, no emails, no noise. Just snow, silence, besties, and some books we've been meaning to read. We drove up early to beat the incoming snowstorm. The sky was already a heavy gray by the time we turned off the main road onto a narrow lane flanked by towering pines. The cabin itself tucked so far back in the forest that we didn't see it until we were practically on the doorstep. It was quaint, sure, but there was an edge to its charm, like it had seen some stuff. The wood siding was weathered, the shutters askew, and a small shed out back leaned so badly to one side it looked like it might collapse. But the inside was cozy enough. Knotty pine walls, a wood stove in the corner, and the unmistakable scent of old furniture. The owner had left a note on the counter welcoming us and apologizing for the lack of modern amenities. Chelsea laughed, saying, are we going to be Dr. Quinn this weekend or what? By the time we unloaded the car, the snow was majorly coming down. Big, heavy flakes that piled up fast. We weren't worried, though. We'd brought enough food for a week, and we had the wood stove for heat. If anything, the storm felt like an adventure. But that first night, I had trouble sleeping. It wasn't the wind or the cold. I'd expected those. It was the scratching sound. Faint at first, like the creak of a tree branch against the roof, but then it moved. It started at one corner of the cabin, then crept along the wall, then stopped abruptly near the back door. I kept telling myself it was just a raccoon or maybe a loose shutter rattling in the wind. But still, I didn't sleep much. By morning, the snow was knee-deep and the sky showed no signs of clearing. The forecast had called for 12 inches, but we were already well past that. Chelsea suggested we check out the shed to see if there was a snow shovel or sled or something to dig us out. The shed was barely standing, its roof sagging under the weight of the snow. Inside, it was cluttered with old tools, gardening supplies, and a rusted-out snowblower that hadn't been used in years. But what really caught our attention was the trapdoor in the corner, hidden beneath a pile of rotted wood and a tarp. It wasn't locked, just stuck from years of not being used. Chelsea pried it open with a crowbar, revealing a steep staircase leading down into darkness. It didn't make sense. The listing hadn't mentioned a basement, and the layout of the cabin suggested there wasn't one. Why would there be an underground space out here, away from the main house? We didn't go down, not then. The darkness felt too thick, too heavy, and the air that wafted up smelled of damp earth and something faintly metallic. Chelsea said we should leave it alone, and I didn't argue. But that night, the scratching came back, louder this time. It started just after midnight, the same creeping sounds along the walls. Then came the thuds. Slow, deliberate, like someone pounding on the logs with a closed fist. Chelsea and I sat frozen in the living room, staring at the front door. The wood stove cast flickering shadows across the walls. And for a moment, I thought I saw something move outside the frosted window. We tried to rationalize it. Maybe an animal, maybe the wind. But when the sound shifted to the roof, our excuses fell apart. Whatever it was too heavy to be anything natural. The next morning, we found the tracks. They circled the cabin, deep impressions in the snow that didn't look like any footprints I had ever seen. They were elongated, almost claw-like, and they stopped abruptly at the shed. Chelsea insisted we check what was down there, even though I was dead set against it. This time, we brought a flashlight. The stairs creaked under our weight as we descended into a small, dirt-floored room. The walls were lined with old shelves, and in the corner stood a wooden chest. It wasn't locked, just latched shut, but opening it felt like a mistake. Inside were jars, dozens of them, filled with a viscous black liquid. Some had strange objects floating inside. Teeth, bones, unidentifiable shapes. A piece of paper was taped to the underside of the lid. covered in handwriting so shaky and smudged it was barely legible. The only words I could make out were, "Property of Dr. A. Ward. W-A-R-D. Doctor? Jars full of body parts? This was giving mad scientist vibes, and I was not here for it. We left the shed and decided to call for help, but our phones had no signal, and the storm had buried the car. There was no walking out, not in snow that deep. That night, the banging started again, but this time, it wasn't just on the walls or the roof. It was coming from the shed. By the time we worked up the courage to look, the trapdoor was open and the chest was gone. The sounds outside grew louder, more frenzied, like something circling, hunting. At one point, Chelsea swore she saw a figure standing at the edge of the woods, just barely visible in the moonlight. When dawn broke, we made a run for it. It didn't matter that the snow was still falling or that the nearest town was miles away. We couldn't stay another night. We never made it to town. About halfway down the road, we were intercepted by a snowplow. The driver, a burly man in his 50s, told us the storm had stranded several travelers and offered to take us back to his place until the roads cleared. We didn't tell him about the cabin or the sounds or the trapdoor. But as we rode back in the plow's cab, I glanced back at the cabin one last time. Something was standing on the roof. It was tall and possibly thin, with limbs that bent in unnatural angles. It watched us until the cabin disappeared from view. When we pulled up to the tow truck driver's cabin, an old hound dog ran out to greet him. As we pet the dog, Chelsea and I both sighed a breath of relief. The kind of peace that only a little furry friend can bestow. When we got inside, the man rushed down a dark hallway, and Chelsea and I both looked at each other a little nervously. It's pretty much every intelligent woman's cardinal rule to not get into a car and go home with a burly, strange man. But we were desperate. And weighing our two options, our odds seemed better with old dude in his cabin than with whatever it was I saw standing on the roof of ours. Or so I thought. The man emerged from the back of the house with 2 lush, fluffy bath towels and 2 pairs of men's XL sweatpants. He chuckled sheepishly as he said, "Sorry, ladies, us mountain men don't really have the best accommodations for 2 young ladies such as yourselves. But they're warmer than what you've got." His accent was odd. I couldn't place it. It kind of sounded German, but like he was trying to hide it or something. We both look at each other, dripping wet in our snow-soaked jeans, and let out a grateful giggle as we grabbed the towels and sweatpants. After guiding us to his spare bedroom, he asked us if we'd like something to drink. He mentions that he's a big hot chocolate fan and has a special recipe handed down to him from his German ancestors. Being of German descent myself, and also a chocolate fiend, without thinking, I immediately accept his offer for some of that sweet toasty cocoa. Chelsea smiles sheepishly and nods her head in agreement that she'd love a cup too. She asks him if he can show her the bathroom and tells me she'll meet me out there whenever I'm done, and she shuts the door behind her. His cabin was cozy, with a roaring fireplace and unique 1940s vintage decor scattered all over. I have a vintage shop on Etsy, and I know quite a lot about that particular era. Then I noticed what appeared to be a charger cord sticking out from underneath the bed. I bent down to pull it out, hoping to give my phone a little juice. As I tug on it, I realize it's stuck in a plastic storage box. I slide the box out from under the bed, and what I see next makes my stomach churn. The whole box is filled with cell phones, chargers, and wallets. First thing I notice is that all the cell phone cases look feminine. Glittery, pink, pastel, these looked like women's phones. I grab the first wallet I see and I open it up. Inside is an ID for a Tiffany from Indiana. Checking the date quickly, I noticed that the ID was expired. Then Chelsea called my name from the living room. I frantically shoved the box back under the bed and shuffled out of the room. I joined Chelsea, who is already downing her hot cocoa next to the crackling fire. The man is still in the kitchen making up my cup of German chocolate brew. when I whisper to Chelsea about the box under the bed. First thing she says is, "Sounds like he slangs fake IDs and old cell phones for extra cash or something. A lot of people in rural areas skate around the law doing those kinds of things as a side hustle just to get by." I nodded as I thought about it for a minute. Yeah, that was probably it. That seemed logical. I mean, we had several guy friends in college who did the fake ID thing, and I remember they did have a lot of expired IDs in their possession. So I just let it go. Then the man comes back in with my mug of piping hot chocolate. Now this was the darkest and thickest hot chocolate I have ever had. He wasn't kidding about it being a secret recipe. But it must have been very dark chocolate, because as creamy as it was also very bitter. I took one sip and set it down. I started to realize that the stressful events of the past few days had really caught up to us, as I noticed Chelsea is already dozing off on the couch next to me. A cozy fireplace will do that to you. Then the doorbell rings, and the man strolls over to the front door and steps out onto the porch, closing the door behind him. It's a delivery driver with a package. "Hello, I have a delivery for Dr. Adolph Ward." Ward? Then it hits me. It was him. He was the owner of the chest in the shed. He was who we were trying to escape this whole time. Then I glance over at the hot cocoa in the mug. Oh my God, that black liquid. Did he put that black liquid from those jars into our drinks? Is that why it's so dark and thick? Oh my God. Without even thinking, I jump up and run back into the spare room. I pull my phone off the charger and decide I'm going to crawl out of that damn window and run. I will go get help and come back for my bestie, because if we both get stuck here, we have zero hope of surviving this. So there I am, in giant, oversized, creepy dude sweatpants, running through the woods in a snowstorm. What was I thinking? I am never coming back to these mountains again. I kept running for what seemed like forever, until I see a faint light through the snow off in the distance. Now, I do not handle cold weather well, so at this point, I am running out of steam. But I just kept pushing myself, realizing that this is literally life or death at this point. As I finally made it to the edge of the woods, I basically tripped from my momentum and fell out of the tree line and into the parking lot of a Bojangles. Now, anyone who knows me knows how much I love a good breakfast biscuit and sweet tea from Bojangles. But I had never been happier to see that glowing yellow and red chicken sign than I was at that very moment. The employees inside Bojangles helped me call the police, and they were on the scene quickly. They drove me back up to where the man's cabin was. But where the man's cabin had been, sat an old abandoned run-down cabin that looked like nobody had been inside for 50 years. Then the police said, "Oh, that can't be the place. Nobody's lived there since that creepy German man who owned all this land up here disappeared. You know, there were always rumors that he was an escaped Nazi from Germany. One of those mad scientists, you know, that the government pardoned and brought over here for the space race. A lot of local kids say they see orbs around this place, and everyone says it's haunted." What? How could there be no cabin there? My best friend was just drugged on the couch inside that cabin next to a raging fire. And now it's somehow morphed into this dilapidated shack? This can't be happening. The police drove me up the path to our rental cabin and helped me dig out my car. They followed me back down the winding mountain road and made sure I got back on the highway safely. I filed a missing persons report for Chelsea, but I wasn't going to let this go. The drive home was spent in silence, trying to figure out what just happened to me. Was he a ghost? Did he find a way to manipulate time? Was that a time rift? Where, or should I say, when, is that evil man keeping my best friend? All I know is I am never going to stop trying to find her. And if you ever find a good deal on a cabin in the Appalachian Mountains, at a place called Whispering Pines, don't go. This is Porch Lore. And I'm your host, Devin. This is the tale of the summer after college. I never thought I'd be the kind of person to tell a ghost story and mean it. I used to roll my eyes at people who claimed they saw things, full-bodied apparitions, objects moving on their own, mysterious figures lurking in the dark. It all sounded like something out of a bad horror movie. The kind you watch in your pajamas with a bowl of popcorn, laughing at the predictability of it all. But then, something happened to me. Something so disturbing, even now, years later, I find myself double-checking my locks and avoiding dark hallways at night. This all took place the summer after I graduated college. I was in that awkward limbo between being a student and having a real job, so I took up house-sitting gigs to make some easy money. Most of the time, it was uneventful. Watering plants, feeding someone's snobby cat, watching movies on their couch so it looked like someone was home in the evenings to prevent break-ins. The usual. It was easy cash. And of course, the pets. But then, I took a job that I still regret to this day. It was a friend of a friend who recommended me to an older couple, the Martins. They were leaving town for a month-long European cruise, and their house was this massive, slightly run-down Victorian on the outskirts of a small town in Maine. It was the kind of place that looked straight out of a Gothic novel. Peeling white paint, a creaky wraparound porch, and an overgrown garden that seemed to swallow the front yard. The first time I drove up, I got this weird feeling in my gut. Not fear, exactly, just unease. Like I was intruding on something. But I just brushed it off. I'm an intuitive, and old houses almost always give me vibes anyway. I mean, even if you're not an intuitive, the creaky floorboards, drafty windows, and the occasional weird smell from plumbing that probably hadn't been updated since Prohibition, it was easy to get spooked. And I wasn't going to be one of those paranoid people who freaked out over nothing. The Martins were nice enough, but a little eccentric. They left me a long list of instructions. What time to turn on the porch light, how to reset the ancient fuse box, even a warning to not go into the basement. The last one caught my attention, but they just laughed it off, saying it was full of junk and they didn't want me to get hurt while trying to move anything. Makes sense, fine by me. The first few nights were uneventful. I settled into a routine. Netflix on my laptop, microwave dinners, and sleeping in their way too soft of a guest bed. The house made its share of weird noises, but nothing I couldn't explain. I even started to like the place in a way, with its old world charm and big empty rooms. I've always loved Victorian homes. Even if they are a little creepy, they still feel very homey. But then, things started to get weird. It began with the sounds. Not the usual house noises. These were like deliberate footsteps above me, when I knew no one else was there. Slow, shuffling movements in the hallway outside my bedroom door at night, and once, I swore I even heard breathing. I told myself it was just my imagination, but the tension in my chest wouldn't go away. I started sleeping with a lamp on, something I haven't done since I was a kid. Then, one night, something happened that I couldn't ignore. I woke up around 2 a.m., my skin prickling with goosebumps like I was being watched. The room was silent, but I had this overwhelming sense that I was not alone. I turned my head, and that's when I saw it. The bedroom door was open, and I always closed it before bed. Always. But now, it was open, just a crack. And through that narrow sliver of darkness, I saw something. Fingers. Long, thin fingers, gripping the edge of the door frame. The skin was grayish, almost translucent, with nails too long and sharp to be human. They twitched, just slightly, like whatever they belonged to was about to pull the door open even more. I couldn't breathe. My body went rigid with terror, every instinct screaming at me to run, but I couldn't move. It was as if I had been rooted to the bed, paralyzed by the sheer wrongness of what I was seeing. Then the fingers disappeared, not in a sudden movement, but slowly, deliberately, as if whatever was out there knew I was watching. A moment later, the door creaked closed on its own. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I lay there staring at the door, waiting for it to open again. It never did, but the feeling of being watched never left me. The next morning, I decided I was done. What the Martins were paying me wasn't nearly enough to deal with whatever that was. So I packed my bags, ready to leave. But as I walked through the hallway, something made me stop in front of the basement door. I don't know why I did it. Maybe I needed proof or something to justify my fear. Maybe it was the sheer weight of curiosity pressing down on me. I don't know, but I turned the handle and I pulled the door open. The smell hit me first, damp and moldy, with something else underneath, something metallic and sharp. The stairs creaked under my weight as I descended, my phone flashlight cutting through the gloom. The basement was cluttered, just like they'd said. Boxes, old furniture, dust-covered trunks. Then I saw them. Cages. Dozens of them, lining the far wall, rusted and empty. Some were small, others were big enough to fit a person. And the worst part? They each had a lock on the outside. My stomach twisted. I turned to leave, but then I heard it. A whisper, just behind me, so close I could feel the breath against my neck. Not words, just a ragged exhale, like something trying to remember how to breathe. I ran. I didn't look back. I don't remember grabbing my purse and keys or running to my car. Just that I drove until I reached a motel an hour away from that house. I never went back. I didn't even call the Martins. I didn't want to hear their excuses, their lies. But when I got home a few days later, I searched their names online, and they weren't who they said they were. Those names belonged to the couple who had died in that old Victorian house over 40 years ago, and the house had been abandoned ever since. I still don't know what I saw that night. I don't know what was in that basement, or if the Martins were even real people, or why the house still stood like it had been there, untouched by time. But after that, I decided not to house sit for strangers anymore. This is Porch Lore, and I'm your host, Devin. This is the tale of Black Hollow. I've always had a fascination with forgotten places, the kind of places that are wiped off maps, that disappear into the collective amnesia of history. Abandoned towns, crumbling factories, derelict homes. There's something hauntingly beautiful about them, a sense of stories untold. But there was one place I'd avoided for years, a place that even seasoned urban explorers hesitate to discuss. It was called Black Hollow, and it had a reputation that sent chills down my spine. Black Hollow was a mining town that thrived in the late 19th century, tucked deep in the Appalachian Mountains. It had boomed during the coal rush, but in the early 1900s, the mine was abruptly shut down. Rumors circulated of cave-ins, strange accidents, and unexplained deaths. By the 1930s, the town was completely abandoned. Today, it is little more than a collection of decaying buildings and overgrown paths. But the stories that surrounded it, those were what kept most people away. People spoke of voices echoing through the mine shafts, of shadowy figures glimpsed through shattered windows, of a lingering oppressive presence that made the air feel heavy. Some claimed that anyone who stayed overnight in Black Hollow would never return. Rationally, I didn't believe the tales. I had heard my share of ghost stories tied to forgotten places. But there was something about Black Hollow that made me hesitate. Still, my curiosity got the better of me and I decided to go. Hey, I love adventure and spooky history, what can I say? I planned my trip carefully, gathering maps, historical records, and supplies. I packed a sturdy flashlight, extra batteries, a GPS device, and a portable charger. I wasn't planning on staying overnight, just a day trip to satisfy my curiosity, get some video footage, and take a few pictures. It was early spring and the weather was mild. The trees were just beginning to bud. I told myself it would be like any other exploration. The drive to Black Hollow took me deep into the mountains. The roads grew narrower and rougher as I went, the forest closing in on either side, but nothing I hadn't driven on before. I grew up in the foothills of Appalachia and I love these mountains. I reached the old trailhead that led to town and looked around to see that I was completely alone. Perfect. Just the way I like it when I'm exploring. I parked my car and shouldered my backpack. The crunch of gravel under my boots was the only sound in the stillness. The trail was barely visible, more like a faint indentation in the undergrowth than an actual path. But I followed it, pushing aside branches and stepping over roots. The forest grew darker as I walked, the canopy thickening overhead. After about an hour, I reached the edge of Black Hollow. The sight stopped me in my tracks. The town was like a ghost frozen in time. Weathered wooden buildings leaned at odd angles, their windows gaping like empty eye sockets. Rusted mining equipment lay scattered about, half buried in the earth. The air was colder here, and a faint smell of damp earth and decay lingered. I felt an inexplicable heaviness settle over me, as if the very atmosphere was pressing down. I began exploring cautiously, sticking to the main street. Most of the buildings were in various states of collapse, their roofs caved in and walls sagging. I took some videos and photographs documenting the eerie beauty of the decay. Every now and then, I'd catch movement out of the corner of my eye, but it was always just the wind stirring the trees or a bird flitting between branches. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. As I moved deeper into town, I found the entrance to the mine. It was boarded up, the wooden planks weathered and splintered, but the opening gaped like a mouth, dark and foreboding. I'd read that the mine was the heart of Black Hollow's strange tales. Locals whispered of miners who'd gone mad, of unearthly sounds echoing from the depths. I had no intention of going inside, but I couldn't resist getting a closer look. The air near the mine was colder, and the faint smell of sulfur lingered. As I stood there, I heard a faint sound, so soft I almost missed it. It was a low, rhythmic thumping, like the distant pounding of a heartbeat. I froze, every hair on my body standing on end. I told myself it was probably water dripping from somewhere in the mine, or maybe the echo of my own movements. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. I backed away from the mine, trying to shake off the unease. I decided to check out the town's church, which I had spotted earlier. It was one of the few buildings still relatively intact, its steeple rising from the trees like a skeletal finger. The door creaked loudly as I pushed it open, its sound echoing in the silence. Inside, the air was thick and musty, the pews coated in a layer of dust. Sunlight filtered through broken stained glass windows, casting fragmented patterns on the floor. As I stepped inside, I noticed something odd. The dust on the floor was disturbed, as if someone had been walking there recently. My chest tightened. I had seen no signs of other visitors, no tire tracks or footprints on the trail. I followed the disturbed patches of dust, my flashlight cutting through the dimness. They led to the altar, where a small wooden box sat, its lid slightly ajar. I hesitated, then opened the box. Inside was a bundle of photographs, yellowed with age. They showed miners posing in front of the mine, their faces solemn and weathered. But as I flipped through them, I noticed something that made my stomach drop. In the background of each photo, partially obscured by shadow, was a figure. It was always in the same spot, just at the edge of the frame, and it didn't look human. I shoved the photos back into the box and closed it, my hands trembling. The air in the church felt heavier, the silence oppressive. I needed to leave. As I turned to go, I heard it again, the low, rhythmic thumping. But this time, it wasn't distant. It was coming from beneath the floor. I bolted out of that church, my heart pounding. The town felt different now, the shadows darker, the silence heavier. I didn't stop to take more photographs or explore further. I just wanted to get out. The trail back to my car seemed longer, the forest more winding. Every crack of a branch, every rustle of leaves made me jump. When I finally reached my car, I didn't look back. I drove away as fast as the winding mountain roads allowed, not stopping until I was miles from Black Hollow. Even then, the sense of unease lingered. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the figure from the photographs, its shadowy form etched into my mind. I've since tried to research Black Hollow further, but information is scarce. It's as if the town's history has been deliberately erased. The photographs I found, I took them. But I can't bring myself to look at them again. And the sound, the rhythmic thumping, sometimes in the dead of night, I think I hear it again, faint and far away. I tell myself it's just my imagination, but deep down, I'm not so sure. This is Porch Lore, and I'm your host, Devin. This is the tale of the old lighthouse. We stayed in a lighthouse for a weekend, and what we found inside still haunts me. I'm going to give you every detail I possibly can. A play-by-play of this entire experience. And I guarantee you're not going to be able to guess what happens at the end. So, if you guys didn't know, my boyfriend's name is Travis. And Travis and I needed a break from the city. We wanted to get away from the noise, the traffic, and the constant grind. We didn't want to fly anywhere far, just a quick drive to somewhere isolated and peaceful. After some searching, we found this old lighthouse on the coast of Maine that had been converted into a rental. It was perfect. Secluded, right on the edge of the ocean and surrounded by nothing but cliffs and waves. We booked it immediately. The drive was about 6 hours, and we arrived just as the sun was setting. The lighthouse was exactly as advertised. Tall, white, and weathered by years of salt and wind. It stood on a jagged cliff, with a narrow dirt path leading to it. The owner, an older man named Harold, met us at the door. He was friendly enough, but there was something about him. He kept glancing over his shoulder at the ocean, like he was expecting something to come out of the water. He gave us a quick tour, handed us the keys, and left without another word. The inside of the lighthouse was cozy but eerie. The walls were lined with old nautical maps and black and white photos of ships. The spiral staircase leading up to the lantern room creaked with every step, and the windows were fogged with salt. But the view? Breathtaking. You could see the ocean stretching out for miles, the waves crashing against the rocks below. It was exactly what we needed. We unpacked, made some dinner, and settled in for the night. The first night was uneventful, just the sound of the waves and the occasional gust of wind rattling the windows. But the next morning, things started to get weird. Travis woke up before me. I am not a morning person, and so he decided to explore the lantern room at the top of the lighthouse. His frantic stomping back down the stairs woke me up. He looked pale. I asked him what was wrong, and he said, "There's something up there." I laughed it off at first, thinking he was just messing with me, but he was dead serious. He said he saw a shadow moving in the corner of the room, but when he turned to look, there was nothing there. I didn't think much of it at the time. Old buildings like this are full of creaks and shadows. But later that day, we decided to explore the area around the lighthouse. There was a small trail that led to the beach, and we thought it would be nice to take a walk. As we were walking, Travis pointed out something in the sand. It was a pair of footprints. Small, like a child's. But they were leading toward the water, not away from it. And they just stopped. Like whoever made them had walked into the ocean and never come back. We tried to brush it off, but the rest of the day felt off. The air was heavier, and the waves seemed louder, almost angry. When we got back to the lighthouse, we noticed something strange. The door to the lantern room was open. We were sure we had closed it earlier. Travis went up to check, and when he came back down, he was shaking. He said he heard whispering. Faint, like it was coming from the walls. But when he tried to listen closer, it stopped. That night, things got worse. We were sitting in the living room watching a movie when we heard a loud thud upstairs. We both froze. Travis grabbed a flashlight and went to check it out, but he didn't find anything. When he came back down, he looked even more shaken. He said the air upstairs felt colder, like someone had opened a window, but all the windows were locked. We tried to go to bed early, but neither of us could sleep. Around 2 a.m., we heard it again, a loud thud, followed by the sound of footsteps on the spiral staircase. This time, we both went to investigate. The staircase was empty, but when we got to the lantern room, we saw something that made my blood run cold. The lantern, the one that hadn't been lit in decades, was glowing faintly, and in the corner of the room, there was a shadow. It was small, like a child, but it didn't move. It just stood there, watching us. We ran back downstairs and locked ourselves in the bedroom. Travis wanted to leave right then, but it was pitch black outside and the nearest town was miles away. We decided to wait until morning, but the rest of the night was a nightmare. We heard footsteps pacing outside our door, and at one point the doorknob started rattling. Travis grabbed his knife and stood by the door, ready to defend us if it opened, but it never did. When the sun finally came up, we packed our things as fast as we could and got the hell out of there. As we were driving away, I looked back at the lighthouse. For a split second, I thought I saw a figure standing in the lantern room, watching us leave. But when I blinked, it was gone. We didn't talk much on the drive home. When we got back, I did some research on the lighthouse. Turns out it had a dark history. In the early 1900s, a family lived there. A lighthouse keeper, his wife, and their young son. One night, during a storm, the wife and the son disappeared. The lighthouse keeper claimed they had been swept out to sea, but their bodies were never found. Some people believe he had killed them and hidden their bodies in the lighthouse. The lighthouse was abandoned for years after that, until Harold bought it and turned it into a rental. I don't know what we experienced that weekend. Maybe it was the wind, the shadows, and our imagination playing tricks on us. Or maybe it was something else. Something that didn't want us there. Either way, I'll never forget the feeling of being watched, the sound of those footsteps, and the sight of that shadow in the lantern room. This is Porch Lore. and I'm your host, Devin. This is the tale of the Deep Woods Anomaly. I don't think I've ever had a reason to share this story until now. Maybe I needed distance. Or maybe it's because it still chills me to the bone when I think about it. Either way, here it is. My experience with what I can only describe as a bizarre anomaly in the deep woods. This happened about 4 years ago. I had decided to do something different for a vacation. A solo camping trip deep in the remote wilderness of a national park. I've always loved nature, and growing up in the Pacific Northwest, I'd spent countless weekends hiking and camping with friends. But this time, I wanted solitude. I wanted to disconnect from the world. No phones, no internet, just me and the forest. The area I chose was a stretch of national forest land near the border of Oregon and Washington. It wasn't a designated campsite, just a patch of untamed wilderness with no trails, no amenities, and almost certainly no other people. I parked my car at a small overgrown trailhead, shouldered my bag, and set off into the trees. My plan was to hike about 10 miles in, set up camp near a stream I'd marked on the map, and spend 3 nights there before heading back. The first day was uneventful, in the best possible way. The air was cool and fresh, the forest alive with the sound of birds and rustling leaves. I felt a sense of peace I hadn't experienced in years. By late afternoon, I reached the stream, a crystal clear ribbon of water winding through a small, secluded valley. It was perfect. I pitched my tent on a flat patch of ground a few yards from the water, built a small fire, and settled in for the night. The first 2 days were everything I'd hoped for. I spent my time exploring the area, fishing in the stream, and just soaking in the tranquility. I didn't see another soul, which was exactly what I wanted. But on the 3rd day, things started to get strange. It began with the silence. I woke up that morning to an eerie stillness. The birdsong and rustling leaves that had been my constant companions were gone. Even the stream seemed quieter, its usual babble reduced to a muted trickle. It was unsettling, but I brushed it off. Maybe it was just my imagination, or maybe the animals had moved on to a different part of the forest. As the day went on, the feeling of unease grew. The forest seemed different. The trees felt taller, their trunks darker and more gnarled. The sunlight filtering through the canopy had a strange, dim quality, as if it were struggling to reach the ground. And the silence, it wasn't just quiet, it was oppressive, almost tangible. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. That evening, as I sat by the fire, I heard it for the first time. A low, distant hum. It was faint, barely audible over the crackle of the flames, but it was there. A steady, rhythmic sound that seemed to come from deep within the forest. I tried to convince myself it was just the wind, or maybe a distant waterfall, but it didn't quite fit. It was too regular, too mechanical. The hum persisted through the night, growing louder and closer as the hours passed. By midnight, it was all I could hear, a relentless drone that seemed to vibrate through my entire body. Sleep was impossible. I lay in my tent, heart pounding, every nerve on edge. I wanted to leave, to pack up and get the hell out of there. But the thought of walking through the dark, silent forest with that sound all around me was paralyzing. Just before dawn, the hum stopped. The silence that followed was almost as unsettling. I waited a few minutes, listening for any hint of movement, before unzipping my tent and stepping outside. The forest was still and gray in the early morning light. My fire had burned down to embers, and the air was cold and damp. As I looked around, something caught my eye. A faint glow coming from the trees on the far side of the stream. It was pale and flickering, like the light of a dying fire, but there was no smoke, no smell of burning wood. Against my better judgment, I decided to investigate. I grabbed my flashlight and made my way across the stream, my boots slipping on the slick rocks. The glow led me deeper into the forest, its intensity growing with every step. The trees seemed to close in around me, their twisted branches forming a dense canopy that blocked out the sky. The ground was soft and spongy, covered in a thick layer of moss that muffled my footsteps. In a small clearing up ahead was something. It's hard to describe. It looked like a structure, but it didn't seem natural or man-made. It was a towering, jagged shape, its surface smooth and black like obsidian, with veins of pulsing light running through it. The glow I'd seen had come from these veins, which shifted and flickered like fireflies trapped in glass. The hum returned, louder and more intense than ever, emanating from the structure and vibrating through the air. I stood there, frozen, my flashlight dangling uselessly at my side. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but my legs wouldn't move. As I watched the veins of light begin to pulse faster, their glow growing brighter and more erratic, the hum rose to a deafening pitch, and the air around me seemed to shimmer and distort. You know the way heat waves rise from asphalt on a summer day? Kind of like that. And then, just as suddenly as it began, it stopped. The structure went dark, the hum fell silent, and the clearing was plunged into an eerie stillness. My legs finally obeyed me, and I stumbled backward, tripping over a root and landing hard on the mossy ground. When I looked up, the structure was gone. The clearing was empty, as if it had never even been there. I didn't wait to find out more. I ran back to my campsite, heart pounding, adrenaline coursing through my veins. I packed my gear up in record time and started the hike back to my car, not caring about the time or the dark forest around me. All I wanted was to get as far away from that place as possible. When I finally reached my car, the relief was overwhelming. I drove straight home, not even stopping until I was safely inside my apartment. For days, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease, the sense that something had followed me back. But as time passed, the memories began to fade, the details growing hazy and dreamlike. I've tried to rationalize what I saw. Maybe it was some kind of natural phenomenon, or hallucination brought on by stress and exhaustion. But deep down, I know that's not true. I know what I saw, and it wasn't anything from this world. To this day, I've never been back to that forest. I've thought about it, about trying to find that clearing again, but the fear always stops me. Some things are just better left unexplored, better left a mystery. And this is one of them. This is Porch Lore. And I'm your host, Devin. This is the tale of the Ohio vampires. Let me share with you a tale that intertwines the ordinary streets of Dayton, Ohio, with whispers of the supernatural. A story that, while rooted in recorded accounts, has been embellished over time, adding layers of mystery and intrigue. There's a story in Dayton that's been passed down for generations. A tale whispered in darkened rooms and shared over late-night campfires. It's the kind of story that feels too strange to be true, but too eerie to ignore. It begins with the Reeves family, one of Dayton's most prominent lineages, and it ends with a mysterious stranger named Dorian Blackwood. If you've got the time, let me take you on this journey through shadows and secrets. The Reeves family, long-standing residents of Dayton, were known for their deep roots in the community. Their lineage traced back generations, with ancestors who had settled in the area during its early development. The family was large, with numerous branches and connections throughout the region. They were respected members of society, involved in various local businesses and social circles. The Reeves family had been part of Dayton's history since the early 1800s. They were one of those families that seemed blessed with everything: wealth, influence, and an enviable sense of mystique. Their sprawling Victorian mansion, perched on a hill just outside the city, was as much a landmark as it was a fortress of privacy. However, as with many old families, there were whispers. Some claimed the Reeves had made a pact with dark forces, trading their souls for eternal youth. Others believed the family carried a rare genetic anomaly that gave them their striking features and longevity. Some spoke of an unusual resilience, a certain vitality that defied the passages of time. Elders of the Reeves family often lived well into their 90s, maintaining sharp minds and robust health. While such longevity could be attributed to good genetics or a healthy lifestyle, the superstitious townfolk began to speculate about a darker origin. And a more sinister theory emerged over time, one that connected them to an ancient cursed bloodline, perhaps even tied to vampirism. You'd hear it in passing at the market or over coffee at the local diner. The Reeves aren't like the rest of us. These murmurs were further fueled by the family's aversion to public gatherings during the day. While they were active in the community, attending events and supporting local causes, it was noted that they preferred evening engagements. Their large ancestral home had heavy drapes that were often drawn during daylight hours, casting the interior in perpetual twilight. Such peculiar behavior, though easily explained by personal preference, became the breeding ground for more sinister interpretations. Despite the rumors, the Reeves kept to themselves, attending only the most exclusive gatherings and rarely mingling with the general public. Their avoidance of daytime events didn't go unnoticed, nor did their penchant for hosting elaborate evening soirees that lasted well into the night. Those lucky enough to attend their parties often described the mansion as otherworldly, with its labyrinthine halls lit by dim chandeliers and windows perpetually cloaked by heavy velvet drapes. The Reeves parties were legendary, but they were also unsettling, filled with strange rituals, cryptic conversations, and a sense of something unspoken lingering in the air. Things took a darker turn in the late 19th century around the time Dorian Blackwood appeared in Dayton. Nobody knew where he came from. One day, he was simply there, renting an old decaying mansion on the outskirts of town. Dorian was the kind of man you couldn't ignore. He had a presence that commanded attention. Tall, pale, and impeccably dressed in the finest European fashions. His dark eyes seemed to see straight through you, and his voice, though rarely heard, left an impression that was hard to shake. Dorian quickly became the subject of town gossip. He was rarely seen during the day, venturing out only after the sunset to walk the cobblestone streets or visit the library, where he pored over ancient texts and historical records. Some said he was a scholar, or perhaps an eccentric collector of forgotten knowledge. Others speculated he was a fugitive hiding from something or someone. It wasn't long before Dorian crossed paths with the Reeves family. Whether by chance or design, he became a frequent guest at their evening gatherings. The Reeves seemed to welcome him with open arms, and soon he was a fixture in their inner circle. But his presence didn't sit well with everyone. The few townsfolk who'd had dealings with Dorian described feeling an unexplainable unease in his presence, as if he carried a darkness with him that couldn't be ignored. Around this time, strange events began to plague Dayton. Livestock were found dead, drained of blood, with no clear explanation. Residents reported waking up with inexplicable puncture marks on their necks, feeling weak and disoriented. The local doctor, baffled by these cases, could offer no medical explanation. Whispers of vampires spread like wildfire, and the Reeves family's connection to Dorian only fueled the paranoia. One particularly chilling account came from a young maid who worked in the Reeves mansion. She claimed to have seen Dorian in the dead of night standing by a window and gazing out at the moonlit gardens. His reflection, she swore, was absent from the glass. She left her position at the house the next day, refusing to set foot in the mansion ever again. The situation reached a breaking point when a prominent local woman, known for her charity work, was found dead in her home. Her body was pale and lifeless, with faint marks on her neck. The townspeople were in an uproar, demanding answers and pointing fingers. Suspicion fell squarely on Dorian, but when a mob gathered to confront him at his mansion, they found it abandoned. Dorian had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only unanswered questions and a growing sense of dread. In the aftermath, the Reeves family retreated further into isolation. Their parties ceased, and their once vibrant presence in Dayton faded into obscurity. The mansion, once a symbol of their prominence, became a dark and silent place. Over time, the Reeves numbers dwindled, and by the mid-20th century, the family line seemed to have all but disappeared. The mansion itself fell into disrepair, its grandeur replaced by decay and overgrowth. But the story doesn't end there. Decades later, urban explorers and paranormal enthusiasts began investigating the old Reeves mansion. What they found only added to the legend. Photographs taken inside the house revealed strange orbs of light and shadowy figures that couldn't be explained. EVP recordings captured faint whispers, and some visitors reported feeling an overwhelming sense of dread as if they were being watched. One particularly eerie discovery was a journal found in the mansion's old library. Its pages, brittle with age, contained cryptic writings about bloodlines, immortality, and rituals conducted under the light of the full moon. While the journal's authenticity remains a topic of debate, its contents reignited interest in the Reeves family and their connection to Dorian Blackwood. As for Dorian, his fate remains a mystery. Some believe he moved on to another town, continuing his enigmatic existence elsewhere. Others think he met a darker end, perhaps at the hands of those who sought to stop him. And then there are those who whisper that he never left Dayton at all, that he's still there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to emerge once more. As the years passed, the tale of Dorian Blackwood and the Reeves family became a part of local folklore. A cautionary story told to dissuade children from wandering the streets after dark. Today, the Reeves mansion stands as a testament to Dayton's haunted past. It's a place where history and legend intertwine, where the line between fact and fiction blurs. And whether you believe in vampires or not, one thing is certain. The story of the Reeves family and Dorian Blackwood has left an indelible mark on the town and has ensured its place in Dayton's haunted history. So the next time you find yourself in Dayton, Ohio, take a moment to ponder the old mansions and the stories they might hold. After all, every town has its secrets. Some may be darker than others. And if you ever come across a pale stranger with an air of old world charm, perhaps it's best to keep your distance. You never know what shadows lurk behind those piercing eyes. This is Porch Lore, and I'm your host, Devin. This is the tale of the footprints on the lake. The cabin sat at the edge of a frozen lake, cradled by a dense forest that seemed to stretch forever. Megan had found the place online, an old hunting lodge advertised as a peaceful winter getaway. She needed the solitude, a break from the grind of her life in Chicago. Her friend Kara had insisted on tagging along. A weekend away without Wi-Fi in the middle of nowhere? You'll thank me for keeping you company when the isolation gets to you, she teased. When they arrived, it was even more remote than Megan expected. The gravel road leading to the property was barely navigable, the trees forming a canopy so thick it blocked the pale winter sun. The lodge itself was solid but weathered, 2 stories of dark wood and narrow windows, its exterior streaked with frost. The frozen lake behind it shimmered in the fading light, like a sheet of glass. The owner, an older man named Arthur, met them in the driveway to hand over the keys. He warned them about the expected storm coming that evening. "Not unusual for this time of year," he said, his breath forming clouds in the cold air. "Just stay inside if it gets bad. The snow can come down fast out here." Megan noticed he avoided looking directly at the lake, his gaze lingering on the trees instead. She mentioned it as they unpacked, but Kara brushed it off. "Total old guy vibes," she said with a shrug. "He probably thinks the woods are haunted or something." By the time they settled in, the snow had started. The lodge was charming in its rustic way, with a stone fireplace and heavy beams overhead. The windows framed views of the lake and the encroaching forest, which seemed closer now that the light was fading. There was no cell service, of course, and the Wi-Fi was practically non-existent. Megan had prepared for that, but it still felt unsettling and took the girls some getting used to be so disconnected. The storm arrived around 9 p.m., with the wind howling like a wounded animal. They built a fire, its warmth barely cutting through the chill that seemed to seep from the walls. Megan tried to focus on the book she'd brought, but her eyes kept drifting to the windows. The snow was coming down in waves, the lake and trees disappearing into a white void. "I'm gonna grab another blanket," Kara said, heading upstairs. Megan sat alone, listening to the wind rattle the windows. She just couldn't shake the feeling that the lodge wasn't as empty as it seemed. She told herself it was just her imagination. Her eyes flicked to the staircase every few seconds, waiting for Kara to return. But when she finally did, something was off. Kara's face was pale. Her movements were stiff as she placed the blanket over Megan's shoulders. "There's, something weird upstairs," she said, her voice strained. Megan's heart sank. "What do you mean?" "There's a door at the end of the hall, that I didn't notice before, and it's locked, but there's something behind it." Kara hesitated, then added, "I heard scratching." They both laughed nervously, trying to play it off as nothing, but neither of them went back upstairs. Later, as they sat in uneasy silence by the fire, there was a knock at the door. It wasn't tentative, like someone caught in a storm seeking help. It was deliberate, heavy, and rhythmic. Megan froze, her eyes locking with Kara's. They waited, breathless, as the knocks continued, each one louder than the last. "We're in the middle of nowhere," Kara whispered. "Who the hell would—" Before Megan could answer, the knocking stopped. She approached the door cautiously, her hand trembling as she reached for the knob. When she opened it, there was no one there. Just the storm, the swirling snow, and the faint outline of footprints leading away from the porch. The footprints didn't lead to the driveway or the woods. They went straight across the frozen lake, disappearing into the storm. Megan slammed the door shut, her heart pounding. They locked the doors and windows, barricading themselves in the main room. Megan tried her best to rationalize the footprints. Maybe someone from the nearest cabin, miles away, had been caught in the storm. But why knock and leave without a word? And why go across the lake? Hours passed, the storm raging on. Exhaustion finally overtook them, and they fell into a restless sleep by the fire. When Megan woke, it was still dark. The wind had quieted a bit, but the air felt heavy, like the storm had left something behind. Kara was gone. Megan scrambled to her feet, calling her friend's name. The barricades were untouched, the doors still locked. But there were more footprints. Wet, smeared tracks leading from where Kara had been sleeping to the staircase. Megan grabbed the poker from the fireplace and followed the trail upstairs. The hall was dim, the only light coming from the open hatch in the ceiling that hadn't been there before. A faint breeze drifted down, carrying the scent of something metallic and cold. "Kara?" she called, her voice barely audible. A muffled noise came from the other side of the locked door at the end of the hall. The scratching Kara had mentioned was louder now, frantic. Megan tried the knob, but it wouldn't budge. The scratching stopped. Then came a voice. It wasn't Kara's. It sounded almost human, but wrong, like someone imitating speech without understanding it. The words were garbled, but the tone was pleading and desperate. Megan backed away, her grip tightening on the poker. The footsteps came from the ceiling this time, directly above her, slow and deliberate. They moved towards the hatch. Megan looked in terror as a pale hand appeared, gripping the edge. The fingers were long and thin, the nails jagged. A face followed, emerging from the shadows. It was Kara's face, but it wasn't Kara. The eyes were too wide, the mouth stretched into a huge grin. The thing dropped from the ceiling with impossible grace, landing silently on the floor. It tilted its head as if it were studying her. Megan ran. She didn't look back as she fled down the stairs, throwing open the front door and plunging into the storm. The cold stole her breath as she stumbled toward the lake, her boots crunching through the fresh snow. The lodge disappeared behind her, swallowed by the swirling white. The ice groaned beneath her weight, a deep, resonant sound that made her hesitate. She turned back, but the thing was there, standing at the edge of the lake. It didn't follow her onto the ice. It just watched. And then it smiled. The ice cracked beneath her. Megan screamed as she fell, the freezing water engulfing her. She clawed at the edge, her fingers slipping, but something grabbed her arm and pulled her up. It was Kara, the real Kara. They didn't stop running until they reached the main road, where a snowplow driver found them hours later, half frozen and delirious. They told him about the lodge and about the thing they'd seen. He didn't say much. He just shook his head and muttered something about Frost Hollow. We later heard that the lodge burned down, with 2 guests inside, and they never caught the murderer. The only evidence left behind was footprints across the frozen lake. This is Porch Lore, and I'm your host, Devin. This is the tale of Grandpa's Cabin. It's strange how places can carry an energy, like an echo of the lives that passed through them. Some echoes fade, lost to time, but others remain, etched into the walls and the soil. I never believed that until the night I stayed at the old cabin near Blackwater Ridge. The cabin belonged to my grandfather. He built it back in the 1950s. A modest structure with hand-cut logs and a tin roof that clattered in the wind. As a child, I spent summers there, fishing in the lake and exploring the dense woods that pressed against the clearing. But as I grew older, life pulled me away. The cabin sat empty after my grandfather passed, slowly being reclaimed by the wilderness. Last fall, I decided to return. I told myself it was to clear my head after a messy breakup and to get away from the suffocating city. But deep down, I think I was searching for a piece of myself that I had left behind in those woods. The drive up was uneventful, but as I neared Blackwater Ridge, a sense of unease settled over me. The trees were thicker than I remembered, their branches intertwining to form a canopy that blocked out the sky. The road narrowed, twisting through shadows that clung to the landscape like cobwebs. When I finally pulled into the clearing, the cabin stood like a relic of another time, its weathered timbers gray with age. The first thing I noticed was the silence. No birdsong, no rustling leaves, just an oppressive stillness that made my skin prickle. I chalked it up to nerves and busied myself with unloading the car. The cabin smelled of cedar and dust, the air thick with the memories of summers long past. I lit a fire in the stone hearth and settled into the creaking armchair with a book, trying to shake off the unease. By nightfall, the temperature had plummeted. The wind howled through the trees, rattling the shutters and making the roof groan. I told myself it was just an old cabin, reacting to the weather, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there. Around midnight, I heard it, a faint tapping at the window. My heart raced, but I forced myself to stay calm. Probably just a branch in the wind, I thought. Still, I got up to check. The glass was fogged from the cold, but through the haze, I thought I saw a faint shadow flit across the clearing. I told myself it was nothing and I went back to the fire, but sleep didn't come easily. Every creak and groan of the cabin seemed amplified in the darkness. The tapping returned, more incessant this time, like fingers drumming against the glass. I gripped the armrest, my pulse racing. "It's just the wind," I whispered to myself, but deep down, I knew better. The next morning, the woods were shrouded in mist. I decided to take a walk, hoping the fresh air would clear my head. The forest was eerily quiet. The only sound was the crunch of leaves beneath my boots. As I made my way down the overgrown trail, I noticed something odd. The trees seemed twisted, their trunks gnarled and blackened, as if scorched by fire. And then I saw it. A clearing I didn't remember from childhood. The grass flattened and singed. At the center stood a massive tree, its bark scarred with strange symbols that seemed to writhe and shimmer in the dim light. My breath caught in my throat. The symbols were unlike anything I'd ever seen. Ancient, almost primal. I don't know how long I stood there staring, but a sudden rustling snapped me out of my trance. My gaze darted to the edge of the clearing, where shadows shifted between the trees. My instincts screamed at me to run, but my legs felt rooted to the ground. Then the wind changed, carrying a whisper that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Leave. I didn't need to be told twice. I stumbled back through the woods, branches snagging at my clothes and scratching my skin. When I burst into the clearing by the cabin, I was out of breath, my heart pounding like a drum. I locked the door behind me and slid the heavy bolt into place. The day passed in a blur. I tried to convince myself that I had imagined the whisper, but the fear gnawed at the edges of my thoughts. By dusk, the wind had picked up again and the tapping returned. Only this time, it wasn't just at the window. It came from the walls, the roof, even the floor beneath my feet. I grabbed the fire poker and stood in the center of the room, my eyes darting to every shadow. The tapping grew louder, more frenzied, until it was so loud that it drowned out all rational thought. And then, as suddenly as it began, it stopped. The silence was deafening. I stood there trembling, my knuckles white around the fire poker. Minutes passed, then hours. The fire burned low, casting flickering shadows across the walls. Just as I began to think it was over, a new sound emerged. A slow, deliberate scraping at the door. I took a step back. The scraping continued, methodical and relentless, like claws raking against the wood. I knew I couldn't stay. Grabbing my keys, I bolted for the back door, throwing it open and sprinting into the night. The cold air burned my lungs, but I didn't stop. I ran through the woods, branches whipping at my face, the ground slick beneath my boots. Behind me, the scraping turned to heavy footfalls, thudding through the forest with inhuman speed. Panic surged through me, but I forced myself to keep going, the beam of my flashlight bouncing wildly. When I finally broke through the tree line and reached my car, I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking. The engine roared to life and I tore down that dirt road, gravel spraying behind me. In the rearview mirror, I caught a glimpse of something, a towering, shadowy figure with eyes like embers, watching from the edge of the trees. I didn't stop until I was miles away. The cabin and Blackwater Ridge, nothing but a distant memory. In the weeks that followed, I tried to rationalize what had happened. Maybe it was stress, or a vivid nightmare brought on by isolation. I still don't really know, but I do know that some places carry an energy, an echo that never fades. And Blackwater Ridge, it's one of those places. It all started with an impulsive decision to escape for a long weekend. Winter was dragging on, and the holidays had come and gone, leaving behind that bleak, gray stretch of January where the world feels permanently stuck in twilight. I hate January. So when my friend Eric suggested we rent a cabin up in Frosthaven Hill, I didn't hesitate. It was supposed to be a quiet, snowy getaway, just the two of us. The cabin wasn't far, maybe a 2-hour drive from the city, perched in the middle of nowhere, on an unassuming patch of Appalachian forest. I remember Eric finding it on one of those rental sites. The pictures made it look charming. A cozy A-frame nestled against a backdrop of snow-laden pines, complete with a wood-burning stove and a loft bedroom that overlooked a frozen creek. It wasn't until we were halfway there that the first red flag appeared. The snow had already started falling by the time we reached the access road. It wasn't just flurries, it was like a thick, relentless cascade that made it impossible to see more than a few feet ahead. The GPS signal kept cutting out, leaving us blindly following a narrow, winding path. I kept glancing at Eric, who seemed unusually tense. "I thought you said this place was popular," I muttered. The road was deserted, no tire tracks, no sign of life anywhere. He told me that the reviews he had read online were great. He suggested that maybe we're just early in the season, though he didn't sound very convinced himself. I didn't buy it. Something about the silence outside the car was too heavy, like the forest was holding its breath. By the time we reached the cabin, I was ready to call it a night and crack open the whiskey we'd brought along. The cabin itself was fine. At first glance, it was exactly as advertised. Rustic, cozy, and blanketed in snow. But stepping inside felt off somehow, like walking into a stranger's house instead of a rental. The air was stale, and the furnishings were worn in a way that felt less charming and more forgotten. I unpacked while Eric started a fire in the stove. The wind was already howling outside, and the snow was piling up fast. I joked about being snowed in by morning, but Eric didn't find it very funny. The first night passed uneventfully, though I barely slept. I don't know if it was the unfamiliar setting or the way the wind seemed to scream against the windows, but something kept me on edge. Around 3 a.m., I thought I heard footsteps crunching in the snow outside, but when I peeked through the curtains, there was nothing there. Just an empty, moonlit yard swallowed by the blizzard. The next morning, we realized we no longer had cell service. Eric tried to brush it off, saying the storm probably knocked out a tower, but I noticed the way his hand shook when he set his phone down. He was nervous too. The snow had buried the car up to its doors, and the nearest town was miles away. We were officially stuck. It wasn't until we found the door in the floor that things started getting strange. I was rifling through the pantry looking for something to make for lunch when I noticed a corner of the rug bunched up near the wood pile. Beneath it was a small iron ring embedded in a trap door. "Hey, did you see this?" I called to Eric. He came over, and for a second, we both just stared at it. The ring was stiff and ice cold to the touch, like it hadn't been moved in years. We debated whether or not to open it. Eric was hesitant, but curiosity got the better of me. When I pulled the door open, it revealed a narrow staircase leading down into darkness. The basement, or whatever it was, didn't match the rest of the cabin. It was unfinished, with dirt walls and a low ceiling. The air was damp and smelled faintly of rotting wood. There were no lights, so we used the flashlights on our phones to explore. At first, it seemed empty. Then Eric spotted the carvings. All along the walls, there were these strange, jagged symbols etched deep into the dirt, and they weren't some random thing. They formed intricate patterns that made my stomach churn just looking at them. In the center of the room was a shallow pit, lined with smooth stones. Inside the pit, there was a pile of burned objects, charred scraps of wood, and blackened bones that looked too big to be animal, and what looked like a melted and deformed doll. Eric glances at me with an uneasy gaze and mutters, we shouldn't be here." He was pale, and I could hear the tremor in his voice. I wanted to agree, but something about that pit held my gaze. It was almost hypnotic, the way the shadows seemed to flicker and writhe like living things. When we finally climbed back up and closed the trap door, the cabin felt colder. That night, the power went out. The temperature plummeted, and the stove struggled to keep up. We layered on blankets and huddled in the loft, listening to the storm batter the walls. Around midnight, I heard it again. Those footsteps in the snow. This time they were louder, closer, like someone or something was circling the cabin. I nudged Eric awake and we both sat in silence, straining to hear. A soft scraping noise came from the front door. Then, a slow, deliberate knock. We didn't move. Neither of us dared to breathe. After what felt like an eternity, the knocking stopped, but the sound of footsteps lingered, pacing back and forth just outside the walls. When morning came, we found the front door wide open. The snow outside was untouched. No footprints, no sign anyone had been there. The next few days blurred into a walking nightmare. Strange things kept happening. The firewood we'd stacked by the stove would disappear, only to reappear in odd places like the bathroom or the middle of the kitchen floor. Shadows danced across the walls even when there was no light to cast them. Eric became withdrawn, refusing to talk about what we'd seen. One night, I woke up to find him standing by the window, staring out at the woods. When I asked him what he was doing, he just said, "It's watching us," and climbed back into bed without another word. The final straw came when I found him down in the basement, crouched by the pit. He didn't seem to hear me when I called his name. His eyes were wide and fixed on something I couldn't see. When I finally managed to pull him away, he whispered, "It wants us to stay." I didn't ask what he meant. I didn't want to know. We left the next morning. The storm had finally eased up a bit and we managed to dig the car out enough to make it back to the main road. To this day, I don't know what we encountered in that cabin. Eric won't talk about it, and part of me doesn't blame him. Sometimes late at night, I dream of that trapdoor and all the weird symbols carved into the earth. And sometimes when I wake up, I swear I hear footsteps in the snow outside my window. This is Porch Lore, and I'm your host, Devin. This is the tale of the Whispering Walls. There's a peculiar charm to remote getaways, the sort of places you rent for a weekend to escape the chaos of the modern world. Quaint cottages, serene mountain lodges, or beachside bungalows, where the only neighbors are seagulls and the wind. But sometimes, isolation can breed something darker, something you'd never expect. I learned that lesson the hard way when I booked a long weekend at a rental property nestled deep in the Appalachian Mountains. The online photos painted a picturesque scene, a charming 2-story cabin with rustic wood-paneled walls and a wraparound porch, and a hot tub that overlooked a forest teeming with vibrant autumn colors. It was supposed to be a therapeutic retreat, a place to clear my head after a particularly grueling year. The host, a woman named Miriam, had glowing reviews. Past renters described her as accommodating, quick to respond, and a font of local knowledge. She messaged me a few days before my stay, providing detailed driving directions since GPS signals were spotty in the mountains. Her last message was simple but oddly specific. "Enjoy your stay. Just a heads up. The cabin is old, and sometimes the plumbing makes noises at night. Nothing to worry about." I brushed it off as standard rental owner disclosure. After all, older houses had quirks. I arrived on a chilly Friday afternoon. The drive up had been breathtaking. The winding roads flanked by towering trees with leaves painted in shades of gold, crimson, and orange. When I pulled into the gravel driveway, the cabin looked even more inviting in person. Smoke curled lazily from the chimney, and a pair of rocking chairs swayed gently on the porch as though waiting for someone to settle in. The air smelled of pine and damp earth, a refreshing change from the polluted city air I'd left behind. I grabbed my bags and made my way inside. The interior was cozy and well-maintained, with tasteful decor that struck a balance between rustic charm and modern comfort. Miriam had left a handwritten note on the kitchen counter along with a basket of local snacks. "Welcome. Make yourself at home. The fireplace is stocked and the hot tub is ready for you. Enjoy your stay and don't hesitate to reach out if you need anything." After unpacking, I decided to explore the property. The cabin sat on the edge of a dense forest with a narrow trail leading down to a serene lake that shimmered under the late afternoon sun. I took a deep breath, letting the tranquility wash over me. This was exactly what I needed. As the sun dipped below the horizon, I lit a fire in the hearth and settled into a plush armchair with a book. The crackling flames cast flickering shadows across the room, and the warmth was a welcome reprieve from the chill that had crept in. Around 9 p.m., I decided to try out the hot tub. The night air was crisp, and the water enveloped me in a blissful cocoon of heat. Stars blanketed the sky, and the only sounds were the rustling leaves and the occasional hoot of an owl. I was just beginning to unwind when I heard it. A faint tapping sound, barely discernible over the bubbling water. My eyes scanned the dark tree line, but I saw nothing out of the ordinary. Probably just a branch in the wind, I told myself. The tapping stopped, and I dismissed it as my imagination. The rest of the night was uneventful, and I slept soundly until just after 3 a.m., when a sudden noise jolted me awake. It was a rhythmic banging, like someone pounding on a metal pipe. Groggy and disoriented, I sat up in bed, straining to pinpoint the source. The noise seemed to be coming from beneath the floorboards. Remembering Miriam's warning about the plumbing, I figured it was just the old pipes protesting the cold night air. Still, it was unsettling enough that I couldn't fall back asleep. I grabbed a blanket and settled on the couch by the fire, hoping the warm flames would lull me back to sleep. It must have worked, because the next thing I know, sunlight was streaming through the windows. I spent most of Saturday hiking the trails around the property and lounging by the lake. The fresh air and physical exertion did wonders for my mood. By the time I returned to the cabin, I was pleasantly exhausted. That night, I cooked a hearty dinner, poured myself a glass of wine, and settled into the hot tub again. The moon was full, casting a silvery glow over the landscape. I was just starting to relax when the tapping returned. Louder this time, more insistent. My pulse quickened as I scanned the shadows. It felt like the darkness itself was watching me, waiting. Determined not to let my imagination ruin the evening, I forced myself to stay in the water, sipping my wine and staring up at the stars. But the tapping continued, and with each repetition, it seemed to grow closer. Finally, I had enough. I climbed out of the hot tub, dripping and shivering, and grabbed a flashlight. If some animal was causing the noise, I was going to find it and chase it off. The beam of the flashlight cut through the darkness as I made my way around the side of the cabin. The tapping had stopped, but my nerves were on edge. I scanned the tree line, but everything was still. Just as I was about to turn back, I caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of my eye, a figure standing at the edge of the forest. My breath caught in my throat. The figure was tall and motionless, cloaked in shadows. I couldn't make out any features, but I could feel the oppressive weight of its gaze. The flashlight flickered, and in that brief moment of darkness, the figure vanished. Heart racing, I stumbled back inside and locked the door. I told myself it was just a trick of the light, my mind playing games after 2 nights of poor sleep, but deep down, I knew better. Sleep was impossible. I sat by the fire, clutching the poker like a lifeline. Every creak of the cabin, every gust of wind set my nerves on edge. Around 3 a.m., the banging returned, louder and more frantic than before. It echoed through the cabin, shaking the walls. I sprang to my feet, adrenaline coursing through my veins. The floorboards trembled beneath me, and suddenly, bone-chilling cold filled the room. The fire flickered and dimmed, as though something was siphoning the warmth out of the air. And then I heard it, a low, guttural whisper that seemed to come from the very walls. "Leave," I gasped as I backed towards the door. The whispers grew louder, a chorus of terrifying voices rising. "Leave, leave, leave!" I didn't need to be told again. I grabbed my keys and bolted for the car, not bothering to pack my belongings. The engine roared to life, and I tore down the gravel driveway, branches scraping against the sides of the vehicle. In the rearview mirror, I saw the cabin silhouetted against the night sky, and standing on the porch, bathed in the flickering light of the dying fire, was the figure, watching me leave. I didn't stop driving until I was miles away, the adrenaline slowly giving way to exhaustion. I found a motel on the outskirts of a small town and checked in, too shaken to explain my disheveled appearance. The next morning, I called Miriam and told her I had to leave early due to a family emergency. She was understanding, though. I sensed she knew there was more to the story. I never returned to that cabin. Weeks later, I saw a new listing for the property online. Miriam had sold it to a new owner. To this day, I wonder if they ever heard the tapping. Later, after days of restless thoughts, curiosity got the better of me. I scoured forums dedicated to strange experiences and paranormal encounters, hoping to find something that might explain what I had witnessed. Buried deep in a thread about haunted cabins in the Appalachian region, I found a post that made my blood run cold. A user had written about a cabin eerily similar to the one I stayed in. They described hearing tapping sounds at night, seeing shadow figures in the forest, and being driven away by an overwhelming sense of dread. The most chilling part was their account of discovering old records in the local library that mentioned a tragedy on the land where the cabin now stood. In the early 1900s, a family had lived there, parents and 2 children. One winter, cut off from the nearest town by a fierce snowstorm, the family was never heard from again. When spring arrived, a search party found the cabin abandoned. There were no signs of the family, just strange symbols carved into the trees around the property. The land remained untouched for decades until it was eventually sold and the current cabin was built. I reached out to the poster, hoping to learn more, but their account had been deleted. The memories of that weekend still haunt me. I sometimes wake up in the middle of the night, heart pounding, certain I can hear that faint tapping at my window. And though I try to convince myself it's just a figment of my imagination, deep down, I fear the figure is still out there. Those mountains hold on to their secrets, and some cabins are best left to the trees and shadows. The snow began innocently enough, a delicate flurry that painted the evergreens outside the cabin in soft strokes of white. Hollow Pine Retreat, nestled deep in the Appalachian Mountains, had promised a serene weekend escape for Dana and her younger brother Tyler. The pair had been close once, but the years had stretched them apart, Dana busy with her demanding job in Boston, and Tyler retreating into his solitary life after their parents passed. This trip had been Dana's olive branch, a chance to mend the quiet rift between them. The cabin was modest but cozy. It had been there since the 1930s, the kind of place where creaky floorboards and drafty windows were part of the charm. There were modern touches, a gas stove, a thermostat that hummed faintly, but it was still very isolated. The nearest town was 20 miles away, reachable only by an unpaved road that wound like a snake through the forest. The retreat's owner had assured them the snow forecasted was light, nothing unusual for December. But by nightfall, the flurries had turned into an unrelenting storm. Inside, the atmosphere was warm at first. They'd lit the fireplace, opened a bottle of red wine, and cooked a simple dinner. The tension eased between them with shared laughter over an old board game they'd found in the cabin. Outside, the snow piled higher. By the time they realized the storm was beyond anything they'd expected, it was too late. Their car, parked at the edge of the gravel driveway, was already buried under a blanket of snow so thick it blended seamlessly in with the landscape. Then the power went out around 9 p.m. It wasn't the suddenness of the outage that unnerved them. It was the silence that followed. The cabin, once alive with the crackle of the fireplace and the hum of the heating system, felt muted, as though the snow outside had swallowed the whole world. Dana found a flashlight in the kitchen drawer, while Tyler set about lighting every candle they could find. Their cell phones had no signal, of course. They hadn't since they had arrived. "Do you think the owner knew the storm was coming?" Tyler asked, his voice tight. Dana shrugged, focusing on keeping calm. It was just a power outage in an old cabin during a snowstorm, nothing unusual. But then came the first sound. A single heavy thud on the roof. Dana and Tyler froze. It wasn't the sound of snow sliding. It was deliberate, as though something or someone had landed up there. Dana turned her flashlight toward the ceiling, the beam trembling as she tried to convince herself it was nothing more than a branch falling. "Probably just snow," she muttered. "Yeah," Tyler replied. He didn't sound very convinced. As the hours dragged on, the temperature inside the cabin dropped. Dana and Tyler layered up, their breath visible in the candlelight. The wind outside screamed like a living thing, shaking the shutters. But what made Dana the most unsettled was the sound of soft, almost imperceptible footsteps crunching in the snow outside. She dismissed it as the storm playing tricks on her ears, until Tyler leaned in, whispering, "Do you hear that?" It wasn't just crunching now, it was a slow, deliberate pacing around the cabin, as if someone or something was circling them. By midnight, the wind had died down, but the world outside remained a swirling white void. Dana stared out the frost-covered window, her breath fogging the glass. The snow was so thick that even the nearest trees were shrouded in haze. That was when she noticed them. Tracks. And they weren't footprints. They were too long and too narrow, and they didn't sink into the snow like they should have. They seemed to glide across the surface, weaving erratically toward the cabin before stopping just below the window. Her flashlight's beam flickered over the tracks, her heart pounding. She couldn't see where they led as the snow quickly covered them again, but they filled her with a dread she couldn't explain. "Tyler," she whispered, but when she turned, he wasn't there. She found him in the hallway, standing at the back door. He was staring at something on the floor. Wet footprints leading from the door to the staircase. But the door was locked. Dana checked it twice. "We're not alone," Tyler said, his voice barely audible. Dana grabbed his arm, pulling him back to the main room. "Don't panic," she whispered. "We'll figure this out." But deep down, she wasn't so sure. The air in the cabin felt charged, oppressive. She couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. They piled furniture in front of the doors and windows. Out of desperation, Tyler grabbed the iron poker from the fireplace, his knuckles white around it. The storm raged on. At some point, Dana dozed off on the couch, though her sleep was fitful and filled with strange dreams. She woke to the sound of creaking wood, light weight shifting on the floorboards above. Her heart leapt into her throat. Tyler was sitting upright in the armchair, his face pale, his eyes fixed on the ceiling. "It's in the attic," he whispered. Dana swallowed hard. She didn't remember there being an attic. But then she saw it, a small, square hatch in the ceiling of the hallway, partially hidden by shadows. It hadn't been there before. She was certain of it. The footsteps moved again, slow and deliberate, directly above them. And then a voice. It wasn't loud, and it wasn't human. It was a low, guttural whisper, repeating one single word that Dana couldn't understand. It sounded like an ancient chant, alien yet familiar, and it made her skin crawl. Tyler gripped the poker tighter. "We have to get out of here," he said. But where could they go? Outside was a white abyss, and the snow was still falling heavily. Then, without warning, the hatch creaked open. A cold draft rushed into the room, carrying with it the faint smell of decay. Dana grabbed Tyler's arm, pulling him toward the door. But before they could reach it, the lights flickered back on. For a moment, the cabin was bathed in warm yellow light. The oppressive atmosphere almost lifted, and the sounds from the attic ceased. Dana dared to glance up at the hatch. It was closed again, as though nothing had happened. They didn't waste any time. As soon as the storm let up in the early morning hours, Dana and Tyler braved the freezing cold and dug out the car. The snow was waist deep, and the effort left them breathless and shaking, but they didn't stop until they were safely on the road. They didn't speak of what happened. Not then. not on the drive back, and not in the weeks that followed. But Dana couldn't shake the feeling that whatever had been in the cabin hadn't been entirely left behind. Sometimes late at night, she'd hear faint creaks in her apartment or wake up to the thermostat change to a temperature she hadn't set it to. And every so often, she'd catch a glimpse of something in the corner of her eye, something that moved too quickly to be real, but left behind wet footprints on her hardwood floor. I need to set the scene for you because I really want you to feel this. Picture an old log cabin, the kind you see on postcards or the covers of winter-themed magazines. It's nestled at the end of a winding road deep in the Appalachian Mountains, surrounded by trees so dense they blot out the sun even on the brightest days. This place belonged to my friend Courtney, and we were supposed to have the ultimate winter getaway. Just two friends decompressing after the chaos of the holidays. The drive up had been uneventful at first. The forecast warned of snow, but it wasn't supposed to hit until late that evening. We arrived just as the sun was dipping behind the mountains, casting long shadows that made the trees look like gnarled fingers reaching for the sky. I remember Courtney remarking how still everything felt, like the world was holding its breath or something. I chalked it up to the usual eerie quiet of remote places. The cabin was beautiful, but not in a polished way. It had more of a lived-in charm. A stone fireplace, mismatched furniture, and a faint smell of cedar and mothballs. Courtney had warned me that the cabin was old, and it was prone to drafts and creaks. What she didn't mention was how isolated it was. There wasn't another cabin or house in sight. The nearest neighbor was apparently an older man named Ed, who lived about half a mile away. Courtney said he was the caretaker of sorts, though she'd only met him a couple of times. By the time we unpacked and got a fire going, the snow had started falling, fat flakes that looked almost magical against the darkening sky. Courtney laughed and said we were in for a cozy night. We cooked dinner, drank wine, and settled into the kind of easy meandering conversations that you can only have with someone you've known for years. But then the wind picked up. It wasn't the gentle whistling you might expect, but a low, mournful howl that made the windows rattle. I tried to ignore it, but the sound had a way of making me feel really uneasy, like a constant reminder of how far away from everything we were or something. Around midnight, Court decided to head to bed, leaving me alone in the living room. I was half watching the fire, half scrolling through photos on my phone when I noticed something odd. As I looked out the window, the snow was falling way harder now, plastering to the windows in uneven patches. Through a clear spot, I thought I saw movement. Just a flicker, but it was like somebody walking past the window. I told myself it was probably just the wind stirring the trees. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that it looked too deliberate, too human. The storm got worse overnight, and by morning the cabin was completely snowed in. The front door wouldn't budge, and the windows were nearly buried. Court joked that we'd have to start rationing food, but her nervous laugh gave her away. Neither of us were thrilled at the idea of being trapped, but we figured it would pass. Snowplows would clear the main roads eventually, and we'd dig ourselves out when the storm eased up a bit. Except it didn't ease up. By mid-afternoon, the snow was coming down harder than ever. We tried to distract ourselves with board games and books, but the oppressive quiet made it hard to focus. It was the kind of quiet that felt unnatural, like the world had been muted. And then we noticed the tracks. Late in the afternoon, Courtney spotted them, faint impressions in the snow just beyond the edge of the porch. They looked like footprints, but they didn't make any sense. For one, they were staggered, as if whoever made them was limping or dragging something. And they were too big, easily twice the size of the average person's foot. Court tried to brush it off, saying maybe Ed had come by to check on us. But even she didn't sound convinced. Why would anyone be out in a storm like this? That night, the strange noises started. At first, it was just a faint scratching sound, like tree branches scraping against the cabin, or maybe a rodent trying to take shelter. But as the hours dragged on, it became more distinct, shuffling, thudding, the occasional creak of the porch steps. Courtney and I both tried to pretend we weren't hearing it, but by midnight it was impossible to ignore. We barricaded the front door with furniture, more for our own peace of mind than anything else. I remember whispering to Court that maybe it was just an animal, a bear or a raccoon or a stray cat looking for shelter. But deep down, I knew that didn't explain the deliberate sound of footsteps circling the cabin. The power went out shortly after, plunging the cabin into complete darkness. The fire had died down to embers, and the temperature dropped fast. We huddled under blankets, listening to the storm and the increasingly unnerving sounds outside. At one point, I thought I heard a low, guttural growl, but Courtney insisted it was just the wind. The turning point came in the early hours of the morning. I was dozing off when a loud, metallic banging jolted me awake. It sounded like something or someone was hitting the side of the cabin with a metal object. Courtney grabbed my arm, her nails digging into my skin, and whispered that we needed to stay quiet. The banging continued, sporadic and erratic, for what felt like hours. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. The silence that followed was somehow worse. Like whatever was out there was just waiting for us to let our guard down. When the first light of dawn filtered through the snow-covered windows, we finally dared to move. The storm had eased up slightly, and we decided to make a run for Ed's cabin. The snow was waist deep, and every step was a struggle, but the thought of staying in that cabin another night was unbearable. As we trudged through the snow, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Every so often, I'd glance over my shoulder, convinced I'd see something. A shadow, a figure, anything. But there was nothing, just endless white. We reached Ed's cabin just as the sun was starting to rise. The door was ajar, swinging slightly in the wind. Inside, the place was empty. There was no sign of Ed, just a half-eaten meal on the table and a wood stove that had gone cold. Courtney found a note on the counter, scrawled in shaky handwriting. "Stay inside. It comes at night." We didn't wait to find out what it was. We grabbed what supplies we could and headed back to Court's cabin, praying the roads would be clear soon. When we got back, we found the barricade we'd made at the front door completely destroyed. The furniture inside was overturned, and deep gouges marred the wooden floorboards. Whatever had been out there hadn't just been watching. It had tried to get in. The storm finally broke that afternoon, and we managed to flag down a plow truck on the main road. We didn't even tell the driver what happened. Who would believe us anyway? But as we drove away, I couldn't help but look back at the cabin. For a split second, I thought I saw something standing in the trees, tall, shadowy, and impossibly still. But when I blinked, it was gone. To this day, I can't explain what happened. Courtney refuses to talk about it, and I've stopped trying to make sense of it. All I know is that whatever it was out there wasn't human, and it wasn't just the storm that left us snowbound and scared out of our minds. This is Porch Lore, and I'm your host, Devin. This is the tale of the Midnight Movie. Tonight, we've got a spine-chilling tale about a forgotten theater, an ancient film, and a mysterious screening that did more than just entertain. In a world of digital streaming and blockbuster cinemas, the small, independent movie houses are slowly dying off, relics of a forgotten time. But what if one of those dying theaters found a way to bring people back, not with a new release, but with a special showing of a classic film? The story you're about to hear takes place in one such theater, where the flickering images on the screen became more than just a movie. They became a portal to something terrifying. Grab your popcorn, settle in, and enjoy the tale of the Midnight Movie. It all started with the Riverview Theater. Once a local gem, it had been around since the 1930s. But by the time our story begins, it was on the verge of collapse. The popcorn machine was broken more often than not, the seats were worn, and the crowds had dwindled down to a few loyal patrons clinging to nostalgia. Charlie, the theater manager, was desperate to save it. He'd tried everything: reruns of cult classics, indie films, even turning the place into a trivia night venue. But nothing worked. The bills piled up and the Riverview was on the brink of shutting its doors for good. Then one night, as Charlie was sifting through a box of old film reels in the theater's basement, he found something strange. It was a reel he'd never seen before, marked only with a handwritten label, Nosferatu, Director's Cut. The original 1922 vampire film Nosferatu was iconic. But this version? Charlie had never heard of a director's cut. Still, something about it intrigued him. What if this was the answer? A rare, unseen version of a vampire classic could be just the thing to bring in a crowd. Midnight showing, Halloween week. Perfect. Charlie jumped into action. He slapped together posters, reached out to local horror enthusiasts, and promoted the event on social media. The taglines were bold. Come see the lost director's cut of Nosferatu and experience what was never meant to be seen. Slowly, the buzz started building. By the night of the showing, something incredible happened. The theater was packed. People came from all over, drawn by the promise of a rare cinematic experience. Horror fans, curious locals, and even film students crowded into the small lobby, chattering excitedly as the old movie posters hanging on the wall looked down on them. And then, just before midnight, the lights dimmed and the crowd funneled into the screening room. The projector came to life, and the eerie strains of Nosferatu's haunting score filled the theater. Charlie watched from the back, feeling an odd mix of excitement and unease. Something about the film reel had unsettled him, but he couldn't quite place why. As the film began, the audience sat mesmerized by the iconic silent images. The flickering frames of Count Orlok creeping through the shadows, the eerie, exaggerated movements, the stark contrast between light and dark. It was exactly what they had come for. But something was off. At first, it was subtle. Quick flashes in the film. Strange cuts that hadn't been in the original. Charlie, watching from the back of the room, noticed it immediately. A figure would appear in a scene that shouldn't have been there, standing just in the background. Barely noticeable, but there. The figure was gaunt, dressed in a black robe, its face obscured by shadows. No one in the audience seemed to notice these flashes, but Charlie felt a chill crawl up his spine. As the movie went on, these flashes became longer, more frequent. The figure started to appear in every scene, always just at the edge of the frame, lurking. And then halfway through the film, it happened. The screen went black for a moment, just a flicker, and then the image returned. But it was different. It wasn't a scene from Nosferatu. Instead of the 1922 classic, the screen now showed the theater itself in real time. The image was grainy, but clear enough. The audience murmured in confusion as they saw themselves on the screen, sitting in their seats watching the movie. The camera angle moved slowly, sweeping across the rows as if someone or something was walking through the theater watching them. Charlie's heart raced. This wasn't part of the film. He glanced at the projector booth, but the operator inside seemed as puzzled as everyone else. The camera on screen panned to the back row, where Charlie was standing. His stomach dropped as he saw himself on the screen, staring directly into the lens. And then the figure appeared. It wasn't on the film anymore. It was in the theater, moving through the aisles, unseen by the audience, but fully visible on the screen. The gaunt figure with its black robe and shadowed face stalked closer and closer, heading toward the projector booth. People in the audience began to panic. Some laughed nervously, thinking it was all part of the show. But others felt the rising tension, the oppressive weight of something terribly wrong. Charlie tried to move, to warn them, but it was like his legs were frozen in place. He couldn't tear his eyes away from the screen. Suddenly, the film flickered again. Now the figure was standing in the projector booth, right behind the operator, his hand slowly reaching out. The operator didn't see it. He was still adjusting the reels, oblivious to the terror creeping up behind him. The audience gasped collectively as the figure's hand touched the back of the operator's neck. In that instant, the screen went black and the lights in the theater flickered off. Panic erupted. People scrambled for the exits, but the doors wouldn't budge. The projector flickered back to life, but this time there was no film. Instead, the gaunt figure appeared on the screen, staring out into the theater, its face still hidden in shadows. And then, one by one, the theatergoers began to vanish. They would just blink out of existence, swallowed by the darkness that seemed to seep from the screen. Charlie was paralyzed, unable to move, unable to speak. He watched in horror as the audience disappeared, leaving the theater empty and silent. When the authorities arrived the next morning, they found the theater completely abandoned. The projector was still running, playing the final frames of Nosferatu on an endless loop. Of the dozens of people who entered that night, not a single one remained. Charlie was never found. The last known footage of him came from the security camera in the theater lobby, showing him walking into the screening room moments before the midnight showing. After that, nothing. The Riverview Theater closed down shortly after, condemned and left to rot. Locals say that on cold, quiet nights, you can still hear the faint hums of the projector. And if you look through the broken windows, you might see shadows moving on the screen, like flickering remnants of the lost souls from that night. Some say the real Charlie found was cursed, that it was never meant to be seen by human eyes. Others claim it was a portal, a gateway to something far more sinister than an old vampire film. But one thing is certain. Those who attended Riverview Theater that night are gone. And the film? Well, it hasn't been seen since. So the next time you sit down to watch a late-night movie, especially one on an old reel, remember, some films take more than your attention. They take your soul. This is Porch Lore. And I'm your host, Devin. This is the tale of the Third Man's Cave. This is a story about me and my friends, Taylor, Allie, Carrie, and Casey, and the day we went hiking and had an experience we definitely were not expecting. You see, it all started as the perfect day trip. The 5 of us had been planning this for a while. A long hike through this beautiful park that's nestled in a dense forest. You know the kind, miles of trees, winding trails, and that feeling of total escape from the rest of the world. We were all pumped. The plan was simple. Start the hike early, spend the day exploring, and make it back to our cars by nightfall. After that, we'd drive over to this cute little Airbnb we had reserved. Easy, right? The weather forecast was clear, or so we thought. We didn't have a care in the world as we hit the trail, backpacks loaded with snacks, water, and the usual hiking essentials. Taylor, always the comedian, was cracking jokes the whole time. She's the kind of friend that's always lightening the mood. Casey, our quiet observer, was taking pictures of every tree, every flower. And Carrie, well, she's got the biggest heart of all of us. Always the one to stop and make sure we're hydrated or have on our SPF. While Allie, the most organized of the group, led the way with map in hand. So there we were, laughing, talking, completely immersed in nature. That's when the first rumble of thunder caught us off guard. We were about halfway through the hike when we heard it. A low, distant rumble, like a warning from the sky. Allie looked up, frowning. Did anyone check the weather again this morning?" she asked. Of course, none of us had. The forecast when we checked it last night had been clear, so we hadn't even thought about it this morning. But now, as we stood in the middle of the woods, the sky growing darker and heavy clouds rolling in faster than we could have anticipated, we were thinking about it. "Y'all, I think we should keep moving," Casey suggested. We all nodded at each other and continued down the trail. It wasn't long before the first drops of rain started to fall. Just a light sprinkle at first, but quickly turning into moderate rain. The trees were tall and the trail itself was starting to feel vulnerable. We picked up the pace, but the trail was quickly becoming slick with mud. And regardless of the traction on our hiking shoes, it's nearly impossible to keep your footing in fresh, wet mud. About 15 minutes later, the rain was coming down so hard, it was like the sky had opened up entirely. And that's when we realized we were in trouble. Water started pooling on the trail, and soon, small streams of it were cascading down the trail from higher ground. We stopped walking for a second and huddled together with our heads down to quickly figure out a plan, and also to help keep each other balanced as the rushing floodwater was pushing against our ankles. So we were clearly in the middle of a flash flood zone, and we needed to find shelter fast. The wind whipped through the trees, and I swear I could hear the forest shifting around us, like it was alive, reacting to the storm. Taylor, who had been joking the whole time, had gone quiet. This wasn't funny anymore. "Hey, look, over there." I pointed toward what looked like a rocky outcrop in the distance. I was hoping there would be a cave that we could take shelter in. We couldn't see much of it through the rain, but it was really our only hope at this point, so I hoped I was right. When we got closer, we saw it. A cave. Just a small, dark opening in the middle of the hillside. It didn't look particularly inviting, but in the moment, it was the only shelter we had, and we were all eager to just take a rest and get as cozy as we can inside this cave until the storm passes. We ducked inside, one by one, the storm still raging behind us. Inside, the air was damp and cool. The walls were rough, jagged stone. As soon as we crawled in what was a small opening with an overhang and a nice vantage point of the entire forest, there was what appeared to be the remains of old fire soot on the walls of the small opening. My first thought was, how cool. It must be the remains of the Native Americans who lived around here in the past. We couldn't tell how far the cave went back, but it was definitely further than the beam of my flashlight could reach. I was dripping wet and cold, and I wasn't really trying to go spelunking right now. The cave wasn't exactly cozy, but it was dry, so we huddled together, soaking wet, trying to shake off the cold. "Well, this is quaint," Taylor said, her attempt at humor falling flat. We all knew it. We were stuck here until the storm passed. Allie pulled out her phone, trying to check the weather, but there was no signal. Of course. Casey looked around, her face lit by the dim gray light coming in from the cave's entrance. "This place is giving me creepy vibes." And we all just nodded in agreement. Definitely not the best vibes, that's for sure. There was some type of ancient energy about the cave, like someone or something had been here long before any of us. The walls were marked with strange etchings, almost like symbols, though they were faded and worn away by time. It was very obvious that we were not the first people to ever seek shelter here. As we settled in, Carrie started unpacking some of the snacks, trying to keep everyone's spirits up. "It's just a storm, ladies. We'll wait it out, and then we'll be on our way," she said with her usual optimism, but the storm didn't let up. If anything, it actually seemed to get worse. The wind was now howling outside, and now gusts of rain were being blown into the once dry entrance of the cave. We all scooted a little deeper back into the cave, away from the entrance, when Allie insisted that she was not going to be the one to sit with her back turned to the dark abyss of the cave. We all chuckled as she scooted around, and that's when we started hearing it. A soft, rhythmic dripping sound coming from deeper within the cave. The sound was faint at first, almost like water dripping from the ceiling. It was definitely eerie, but it was probably just somewhere in the cave where the rain was trickling in from outside. But as the minutes passed, it became clearer, more deliberate. It didn't sound like water anymore. It sounded like footsteps. Slow, steady footsteps, coming from the darkness. "What is that?" Carrie whispered, her eyes wide. We all listened, our hearts pounding in our chests. The sound was getting closer. "It's just the storm playing tricks on us," Allie said, though she didn't sound very convinced. But I just kept staring at the walls, my brow furrowed in concentration, trying to remember where I've seen these symbols before. Then it dawns on me. Oh my God, wait a minute. I've heard of this place before, you guys. There's like a legend about these woods. It's been so long since I've heard it that I totally forgot. Now, I've always been the history buff of the group. I love digging up old stories and forgotten tales. So when I said that, they all stopped and listened. From what I could remember, the story was about an old settlement that used to be here, long before the park was established. It was a small village cut off from the rest of the world. According to the legend, the settlers disturbed something sacred when they began digging into the hills, looking for resources. There were stories of people disappearing, of strange creatures seen at night lurking in the woods. And then one day, the entire village vanished. No one knows what happened to them, but the land was said to be cursed, so they turned it into a park. Taylor rolled her eyes. "Come on. That's just an old story," she said, trying to sound brave. But the look in Carrie's eyes told me she believed every word. And then the sound of the footsteps stopped, right at the entrance of the cave. For what felt like forever, we sat there in silence, the sound of the storm still raging outside. But inside the cave, everything was deathly still. The air was thick with tension, like we were all holding our breath, waiting for something to happen, but nothing did. "Maybe it was just an animal," Allie said, her voice barely above a whisper. Carrie nodded, but her face looked terrified. All of us were. Every now and then, we'd hear strange noises from deeper within the cave, scraping sounds, the occasional drip of water, and more footsteps. Taylor tried to keep the mood light, but even she couldn't shake the unease that had settled over us. Carrie just kept glancing at the symbols on the walls, as if she could decode their meaning if she stared long enough. After a while, we decided, okay, we're probably gonna have to sleep here. Maybe we should check out the rest of our digs. Let's go explore the rest of the cave. So Carrie offered to go first. She pulls out her little flashlight and heads off into the dark. We could tell that once we got a little deeper into the cave, it split off into two different ways. So our biggest mistake was Carrie said she was gonna go check it out for us, which she did, but we were all getting our flashlights and stuff ready to go exploring too, and we didn't look to see which direction of the fork she went down. So then we're like, okay, there's two of us and two of you, so why don't we split up? We'll check this basically long cave tunnel, and you guys check that tunnel. So that's what we did. So once we start looking, we see her at the end of our tunnel, and we're like, oh, hey girl, is there anything down there? And she doesn't answer us, but we can see her little light. So we're like, she must be looking. So we come running out of the tunnel to go into the other fork of the tunnel to tell the girls that we found Carrie. And they're coming out with Carrie. So then I'm like, okay, well, I bet the tunnels connect. At the end, maybe both tunnels we went in connected. So Taylor and I immediately run back down our tunnel where we had just seen Carrie. And nobody's at the end with a flashlight. There's nobody there. And so we're like, oh, definitely. They must connect. And she was messing with us and went around the corner where we can't see that they connect and ended up in the other girl's tunnel. So we're like, cool. So we get to the end and it doesn't connect to the other tunnel. There's two other forks that go off in completely different directions, and one looks like it drops down into what possibly could have been a water source or something, and the other direction veered off into what looked like a huge drop. Obviously we're like, okay, well, we're tripping out, but let's not keep cave exploring. This is kind of splitting up's not a good idea. Let's just go back to where we were all hanging out in the front of the cave, and we'll wait for the storm to pass. And the last hour, I would say, we were all noticing that Carrie was acting really strange. And to be honest, the storm hadn't even completely let up. It was still raining when we left the cave, but we were honestly all a little freaked out, and we just wanted to get out of that park. We just wanted to get out of there, get to our cars, get to the Airbnb, and just be done with it. Carrie was acting very strange. Her voice had changed to almost like monotone, and her eyes were like this dead blank stare that like someone who just woke up almost has. Do you know like the look people get when they just woke up and they're kind of groggy and they're like remembering that they're alive? That's how she was acting. But like not after we found her in the cave. That's how she was acting like for the last hour and a half of us in the cave, leaving the whole hike back to our cars. So we were all a little alarmed. Allie, who's very health conscious, immediately thought maybe we were exposed to some type of mold in there or some weird, toxic mineral or chemical or something that made her all of a sudden super creepy. Carrie was the one who booked the Airbnb. And we asked her, hey, can you pull out your phone and give us the address for the Airbnb? She'd probably spoken 2 words since we had left the cave. And she looks at Casey and she says, what's Airbnb? We all looked at each other and we were like, what is happening? So Casey takes her phone, pulls it out, finds the address to the Airbnb. At this point, we're honestly like worried that maybe Carrie fell in the cave and like had a concussion or something. Because we weren't at this point thinking anything supernatural or paranormal. We were just thinking, I think she bumped her head, or something more logical. And turns out that she did not bump her head. And what followed was probably one of the most terrifying nights of my life. We get to the Airbnb and it's cute. It's nice. Nothing too scary. And Carrie leaves all her stuff in the car and just goes straight to the backyard. We're like, what? So we follow her into the backyard and she's back in the backyard running her hands all along like the siding of this cabin. So we're like, girl, what you doing? Like, you okay, girlfriend? Like, what's happening? What you doing over there? So, Carrie and Casey are twins, by the way. I don't know if I mentioned that, but Carrie and Casey are twins. So Casey was like, I don't know what's going on with my sister, but we're gonna have to grab her ass and throw her in the cabin and make her go to bed. So we finally get Carrie inside the cabin and we tell her, hey, you can have the first shower. We are all dying to get a shower. You can have the first one because you seem like you had a rougher day than the rest of us. So we tell her, go ahead and go take a shower. And she just like stares at us blankly. So then Casey's like, do you want me to show you where the bathroom is? And she just nods. So Casey and Carrie go off down the hallway. Taylor, Allie, and myself are all looking at each other like, oh my God, what just happened? So Casey comes back out and she's like, okay, I showed Carrie where the bathroom was. So about 15, 20 minutes go by and we don't hear any water running. And we're like, dude, like we're all waiting for a shower too. Like, what is she doing? Like, girl, what are you doing? So we also were kind of worried, like, okay, we think she hit her head. Maybe she's not okay in there. So Casey's like, I'll go check on her. We hear Casey screaming and she comes back in and Carrie is standing in the bathroom with the most horrifying smile, like a ear-to-ear creepy Joker grin on her face. Just staring at herself in the dark bathroom in the mirror. No water on, nothing. She's just naked, standing there staring at herself in the mirror with a Joker smile. And we were like, oh my God. Like at that point, we didn't even say anything to each other. We all just stared at each other with our mouths wide open, not knowing really what to do. So Casey turned on the water and the light in the bathroom and she said, hey, creep face, get in the bathtub, like take a shower. So we see her climb into the bathtub and we leave the bathroom. She finally comes out a little while later, but she's completely naked and dripping wet. And she starts walking across the cabin like that. Yes, women and female friends we do change and get naked in front of each other, but this is not, like, she didn't even dry off with a towel. She's just like straight out walking across the wooden floored cabin rental. It was just bizarre behavior. And so at this point, we're worried. And Carrie and Casey are both nurses. So I'm like, well, we could should we take her to a hospital? Like, and Casey was like, to be honest, she's demonstrating symptoms of head trauma. She seems like she must have hit her head. So then Casey says, I'm going to try to examine her head for lumps or something. I'm her twin sister and I'm a nurse, so I'll try to examine her head. As soon as Casey tried to touch Carrie turned around and like it was a guttural, hissy growl. She growled at her sister. And that was when we were done. We were too tired to leave that night, but we were all too scared to we didn't know what to do. So basically after that, we were all like, all right, y'all, let's cash in for the night. Let's go to our prospective rooms and we'll regroup in the morning. And Casey was like, I'll watch my sister tonight, make sure she doesn't fall asleep because I think she might have a concussion. We're like, okay, cool. The next morning, Taylor, Allie, and myself get up and go into the kitchen to start a pot of coffee. We figured Carrie and Casey were maybe just sleeping in, and we gave them some extra time, and we were trying to be pretty quiet in the living room. We turned on the TV and just kind of relaxed, cuddling on the couch. Bestie reunion type of vibe. At this point, we had already watched 2.5 episodes of Charmed, and it was rapidly approaching noon. Casey and Carrie are both morning people, so it was very odd that they hadn't come out yet. So I decided I'll go into their room and wake them up and check on them. When I get into their room, there's no one in there. The bed is perfectly made. Nobody's bags. No cell phones, no chargers. There's nothing in the room. It looked the same way it had looked when we entered the Airbnb. I'm like, what? So I go back out and I tell Allie and Taylor, hey, they're not even in here. So then we're like, duh, they're morning people. They probably beat us because we all like to sleep in. They probably beat us to waking up and they are already on a 2-mile hike that they've been on since 7 in the morning, right? So we were like, oh, duh. So at this point, it's about 12:30 and all three of us are starving. And we're like, okay, well, maybe we'll just put a note on the door and go get some food at the grocery store down the street and bring it back to the Airbnb and we'll start making lunch. So by the time the girls get back, we can just all eat together. So our original plan had been to go out to lunch at this cute little local place, but it was getting late and we were hungry. We assumed maybe Carrie and Casey didn't have service and had lost track of time and couldn't call us or something. So we agreed. We left a note for Carrie and Casey on the door of the cabin. We left it unlocked and we drove down to the market. We were at the market for probably about half an hour. And when we got back, the note was off the door. So we were like, oh, perfect, they're back. But then I was like, wait, why didn't they text me? And I was like, oh, maybe I don't have service. So we walk into the cabin and they're not there. No one's there. Their bags aren't there. They're not there. At this point, we're full on freaking out. We're like, wait, this it's just not like them. Where could they be? What are they doing? So up where the cabin is, we didn't really have phone service. So even if they were trying to get in touch with us, we couldn't. So we decided maybe the best course of action is to just throw ourselves in the car, go into town, and eat lunch somewhere. And that way we'll be sitting somewhere with service, and we can probably get their call, and we'll try to call them while we're at the restaurant. So we do. We drive down the mountain to a local restaurant that we heard was good, and we're all sitting there planning out the rest of the weekend, and I decide to text Carrie. I text her and I say, hey, where are you guys? And she responds with, well, we're in Kansas. Where are you? What? Are you telling me they went? How did they get back to Kansas? We were in North Carolina. How would they have gotten back to Kansas? I didn't understand at all. So at this point, I figured she's just messing with me. And maybe because it took them so long, she's joking that they walked all the way to Kansas or something. So I text her back. I say, haha, very funny. Seriously, we're worried about you guys. Where are you? She responds with, who's worried about us? And like I said, we're in Kansas. Where else should we be? That's when I decided to call her. I was like, what is happening? So I call Carrie, and then Allie decides to call Casey. And both of them proceed to tell us that they have no idea what we're talking about, and they never went on a trip with us. They didn't have an experience in the cave. None of it. They've been in Kansas where they live this whole time. They never met us in North Carolina. They never went on the hike. They don't remember the flood. They also said they definitely didn't sleep overnight in a cave in the forest with us. And then I realized we're the ones that sound like lunatics. And we're all looking at each other like, is this real life? So I proceed to try to explain to Carrie what happened. I mean, I even went as far as to ask Carrie, like, hey, you been dabbling in astral projection or something? I was trying to find any solution to how we, three of us, thought we had two friends with us the whole weekend through a pretty trying adventure. And then Taylor pointed out something I had heard of before that was something hikers claim, that when they're lost or in trouble, there's like a spirit hiker that'll show up and help you. I'm not sure if any of you are familiar with something called the third man syndrome, but it refers to reported situations where an unseen presence, such as a spirit, provides comfort or support to someone during a traumatic experience. It's been reported by a lot of hikers and people who do like extreme summits and anybody who spends a lot of time in the wilderness who has been in a disaster or a traumatic experience. And that's really the only thing I can think of, is that we, I don't know, hallucinated our friends there to help us. Either way, I think there's some reason we were forced into that cave that day. And I know that we left that cave with two beings. Now, what or who they were, I can't tell you. Did we experience third man syndrome? I'm not really sure what happened that day, but I have this terrible feeling deep in the pit of my stomach that we let something out of that cave. I think it just had to pretend to look like our friends or people we knew. Maybe it manipulated our memories for a minute, or we don't really know how that happened. But they definitely rode in my car with us back to the Airbnb, and they definitely went into that room and set their bags down. So whoever or whatever it was, I think we let them out of that cave. I think we set them free. And I don't think there's any way to put them back. So next time you find yourself deep in the woods and a storm comes rolling in, just remember, not all shelters are as safe or as empty as they seem. This is Porch Lore, and I'm your host, Devin. This is the tale of the man in the red coat. I'm going to tell you something that happened to me last winter. Something I haven't told anyone because, well, it sounds insane, but I need to get it out, and I need you to believe me. And even if you don't, just let me tell it. Let me get this off my chest. It was December, and I was staying at my aunt's old farmhouse in the middle of nowhere. You know the kind of place, creaky wooden floors, drafty windows, and a silence so thick it feels like it's pressing down on you. My aunt had passed away earlier that year, and I'd volunteered to clean out the house before it was sold. I thought it would be peaceful, a chance to get away from the city and clear my head. But I was wrong. The first few days were fine. The house was cold, but the fireplace worked, and I spent my days sorting through old photo albums and boxes of knickknacks. At night, I'd sit by the fire with a book, listening to the wind howl outside. It was lonely, but not scary. Not yet. Then, on the fourth night, something changed. I was in the kitchen making tea when I heard it. A knock at the front door. 3 sharp raps, like someone was impatient. My heart skipped a beat. The house was miles from the nearest town, and it was past 10 p.m. Who the hell would be out there? I crept to the door and peered through the peephole. Standing on the porch was a man in a long red coat. His face was pale, almost ghostly, and his eyes, I can't explain it, but his eyes were wrong. Too dark, too still, like they didn't belong in his face. He was smiling, but it wasn't a friendly smile. It was the kind of smile that made my stomach twist. I didn't open the door. I stood there, frozen, until he knocked again. This time, it was louder, more insistent. I shouted for him to go away, my voice trembling. The knocking stopped. For a moment, there was silence. Then I heard his voice, low and smooth, like oil sliding over glass. He said he just needed a little help and that he was cold, and asked if I would let him in. I didn't answer. I backed away from the door, my heart pounding. I grabbed my phone to call the police, but there was no signal. Of course. The landline wasn't working either. It must have been disconnected. So I was completely cut off. I spent the rest of the night sitting in the living room, clutching a fireplace poker, staring at the door. He didn't knock again, but I swear I could feel him out there, waiting. The next morning, I convinced myself it had been a dream, or maybe a prank. But when I opened the door, there were footprints in the snow, leading up to the porch, but not away. I tried to shake it off. I told myself it was nothing. But that night, he came back. This time, I was in the living room, reading by the fire, when I heard the knock. 3 sharp raps, just like before. My blood turned to ice. I grabbed the fire poker and crept to the door. Through the peephole, I saw him again. The same pale face, the same dark eyes, and the same red coat. He said he was cold and that he just needed a little help. His voice was soft and pleading, but there was something underneath it, something that made my skin crawl. I shouted at him to leave and go away, but he didn't move. He just stood there, smiling that awful grin. I didn't sleep that night. I sat by the fire staring at the door, waiting for him to break in, but he didn't. He just stood there all night, knocking every hour on the hour like clockwork. By the 3rd night of this, I was starting to lose it. I hadn't slept in days, and the constant knocking was driving me nuts. I thought about leaving, but my car wouldn't start. The battery was dead. Great. I must have left on an interior light when I was unloading all the empty moving boxes from my back seat. And the snow was too deep to walk through. I was trapped. That night, he didn't knock. Instead, I heard his voice coming from inside the house. He said, "I'm here." I spun around, my heart racing. The living room was empty, but I could feel him, like a presence in the air. I grabbed the fire poker and searched the house room by room, but there was no one there. When I got back to the living room, I saw something that made my blood run cold. On the mantelpiece, where I'd left a photo of my aunt, there was now a single red rose. I don't know how he got in. I don't know how he left the rose, but I knew I couldn't stay there any longer. I bundled up in my coat and boots and ran out the back door into the snow. The cold bit at my skin, but I didn't care. I had to get away. I didn't get far. The snow was up to my knees and the wind was howling, blinding me with icy flakes. I stumbled and fell, my hands sinking into the freezing snow. That's when I heard it, the sound of footsteps crunching behind me. I turned and there he was, the man, standing a few feet away, his red coat stark against the white snow. Then he tells me that I shouldn't have run. I scrambled to my feet and ran again, but he was faster. He grabbed my arm, his grip like iron, and pulled me close. His face was inches from mine, his dark eyes boring into me. He said he just needed a little help. I don't know how I got away. Maybe it was the adrenaline, or maybe he let me go. All I know is that I broke free and ran, stumbling through the snow until I reached the road. A passing truck driver found me and took me to the nearest town. I never went back to my aunt's farmhouse. The police searched the property, but they didn't find anyone. No footprints, no red coat, no rose. But I know what I saw. So if you're ever alone in the middle of nowhere and you hear a knock at the door, don't answer it, because he might be waiting. This is Porch Lore, and I'm your host, Devin. This is the tale of the Carolina Creeper. I don't talk about this often. Actually, I try not to think about it at all. But some things, they don't just live in your memory. They live in the spaces between, waiting, watching. This happened when I was 24. I had moved into a rental house outside of Asheville, North Carolina. I was in that phase of life where I just wanted space, to breathe, to be alone with my thoughts. Maybe write, maybe just figure out who I was without the noise of the city or people constantly in my ear. I found this place, a little one-bedroom house deep in the woods, old, probably built in the early 1900s, but solid. It was cheap, which should have been my first warning sign, but I figured maybe it was just a lucky find. The landlord was an older man who seemed in a rush when he showed me around. He kept saying the same thing: "You'll like it here, as long as you don't go wandering too far past the tree line." I thought that was odd, but I figured he just meant it was easy to get lost. For the first few weeks, everything was fine. Peaceful, even. There was something comforting about the sound of the trees at night, the way the wind moved through them like whispers. I kept the windows open to let the fresh air in. I even got used to the occasional weird noise, branches snapping, rustling, the usual wildlife. But then, things started to change. It began with small things. The first time, I was brushing my teeth and noticed my reflection in the mirror, looking slightly off. Not in an obvious way, just a fraction of a second delay, like it took too long for my movements to sync up. I told myself it was just exhaustion or stress, nothing serious. Then I started hearing the knocking. Just past midnight. 3 slow knocks, evenly spaced, and always at the back door. I ignored it at first. There were no footprints, no signs of anyone being there. And my nearest neighbor was miles away. But it kept happening. Then the knocking changed. One night, instead of at the back door, I heard it at my bedroom window. Not a regular knock, though. It was too high up. My bedroom was on the 2nd floor. I laid in bed frozen, staring at the window. But there was nothing there. Just silence and the feeling of being watched. I started keeping the curtains closed after that. There's an old Appalachian superstition about keeping your drapes closed after dark. And now I know why. A week later, I woke up in the middle of the night to find my front door wide open. I know I locked it. I had double-checked every night since the knocking started. But there it was, yawning open into the black woods beyond. The porch light barely illuminating the first few feet of the trees. I stood there, heart pounding, feeling like if I stepped outside, something would be waiting just beyond the light, just out of sight. I didn't sleep that night. I called the landlord the next morning, trying to sound casual, like I wasn't losing my mind. I asked if anyone had ever reported weird things happening here. He went quiet for a long time, before telling me to just stay inside at night and don't look at it. That's all he said before hanging up the phone. Look at what? I should have left right then. I should have packed my things and gotten out of there. But I didn't. I kept telling myself there had to be a reasonable explanation. Maybe someone was messing with me. Maybe I was just imagining things. Then the worst night happened. I had fallen asleep on the couch, exhausted, feeling drained in a way that didn't feel normal, like something had been pulling at me, slowly wearing me down. When I woke up, it was pitch black. The fire in the fireplace burned down to embers. And then I heard it. Not knocking this time. Breathing. right next to me. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe for a second. The air felt thick, suffocating. I could feel something there, inches away. Something massive and wrong. Then it shifted. The couch sank beside me, like something heavy had just sat down. That's when I ran. I didn't look, I didn't think. I just bolted upstairs, slamming the bedroom door behind me, locking it. My heart was pounding so hard I thought I might pass out. Then it knocked. 3 slow knocks. Right outside my bedroom door. The part that still makes my stomach drop when I think about it. There were no footsteps. Whatever it was, it had followed me up to my bedroom, and fast, but it hadn't even made a sound. I didn't sleep. I sat with my back against the door until the sun came up, gripping my trusty Maglite flashlight, the heaviest thing I could find. When I finally got the courage to check, the house was fine. Nothing was out of place. The front door was locked and the windows were shut. But something had changed. The woods didn't feel empty anymore. I left that day. I packed whatever I could fit in my car and I just left. I didn't even call the landlord. I didn't want to hear what he had to say. A month later, I got a call from a random number. It was the landlord's son. He told me his father had passed away and that he was handling the rental properties. Then he asked if I had seen it. I didn't answer. Before he hung up, he said something that still haunts me. If it's followed you, don't ever acknowledge it. And never, ever open the door. I don't know what it was. I don't want to know. But sometimes, even now, when I'm alone at night, I think I hear it. 3 slow knocks. And I don't ever open the door. This is Porch Lore. And I'm your host, Devin. This is the tale of the winding road. I don't tell this story often. It's not one of those things you casually bring up at a dinner party or joke about over drinks. The kind of fear I felt that night, it's not the kind that fades with time. It lingers. It changes the way you move through the world. I was 26 when it happened, working as a freelance photographer and spending a lot of time alone on the road. I had just finished a job in Montana and was headed to Washington for another. Instead of taking the interstate, I decided to take the scenic route. I love the back roads. Small winding roads through the dense towering forests of the Pacific Northwest. It was October and the air had that sharp pre-winter bite. The leaves were crisp, the colors just past their peak, and I had the kind of quiet that only long stretches of isolated highway can give you. The drive stretched longer than I had expected. My GPS had lost service miles back, and I had underestimated how remote this area really was. I should have turned back, but there was something about the road ahead, the untouched wilderness, that felt like an adventure. That was before I realized how alone I actually was. The first sign of trouble was the gas gauge. I had half a tank when I left the last town, but the miles had disappeared faster than I thought. When the warning light came on, I cursed myself and pulled over to check my phone. No service. No GPS. No way to tell where the nearest gas station was. I told myself I'd find one soon, and I just kept driving. The road narrowed into a single lane, flanked by thick forests on either side. The trees were ancient. Tall, gnarled things with trunks the size of cars. Their branches tangled overhead, blocking out most of the late afternoon light. It felt like stepping into another world, a quieter, darker one. Then I saw it. A house. Not a town. Not a gas station. Just a single rotting structure, half hidden behind the trees. It was an old wooden thing, with paint peeling like dead skin. The windows were gaping black holes. No lights, no signs of life. But a rusted old truck sat in the dirt driveway, tires half deflated. Someone had been here recently. I slowed down, debating whether to stop and ask for help. But something about the place made my stomach twist, so I kept driving. Minutes passed, the trees thickened, the road narrowed further, and then I saw another house. Identical to the first. Same sagging roof, same empty windows, same rusted out truck. I thought maybe I was imagining things, that I was just tired, that my mind was playing tricks on me. But when I saw the third house, I slammed on my brakes. It was the same house. Not just similar, the same. Same broken shutters, same tire tracks in the driveway, the same unnatural emptiness pressing down on the air. My stomach dropped. I checked my phone again. Still no signal. I tried to tell myself there was a logical explanation, but my gut told me otherwise. I wasn't lost. I was trapped. I threw the car into reverse, tires spitting gravel as I backed up, trying to retrace my route. The road should have been straight, but it curved where it shouldn't have, twisted into itself like something was shifting beneath me. And then I saw it. Not the house, not the road. Something standing in the trees. It was tall, too tall. Its limbs were long, stretched, disproportionate. Its skin, if it had skin, was the color of the bark behind it, making it almost blend in, like a predator waiting to strike. I stopped breathing. My hands went numb. It was watching me. My headlights caught just enough to see its face, or what should have been a face. It was smooth, featureless, except for two black slits where eyes should be. Hollow, empty, endless. And then it moved. Not like a person. Not like anything I'd ever seen. It didn't step forward, it just shifted. 1 second it was near the tree, and the next it was closer. Its body contouring like a marionette with its strings pulled too tight. I hit the gas. The car lurched forward, skidding on the loose gravel, but I didn't care. I drove like a bat out of hell, my heart slamming against my ribs. The road twisted, turned impossibly, and I didn't dare stop. Not until I saw the gas station lights flickering in the distance. I don't even remember pulling in. I don't remember turning off the car. But I do remember the old man behind the counter staring at me, like he knew. Like he'd seen it before too. He didn't ask me what was wrong. He just pointed to the map on the wall, traced a path with his finger, and said, "Take this road. Don't turn back." I did as he said, and I never looked back. I don't know what I saw that night. I don't know why the road looped the way it did, why that house kept appearing, or what that thing was waiting for me in the trees. But I do know one thing. From now on, I will always be sure to keep a full tank of gas. This is Porch Lore. And I'm your host, Devin. This is the tale of Professor Hyde. You know those stories when people say they saw something they can't explain? The kind where they swear up and down that they weren't dreaming, weren't hallucinating, weren't mistaken? That's what this is. And I need you to believe me when I say I wasn't mistaken. I saw it, I lived it, and I barely got out. It happened 6 years ago in the dead of winter. I was a teacher's assistant in grad school for this very elusive and brilliant professor, Professor Hyde. He was an eccentric research scientist who rarely left his lab. Now I'm just naturally a people person. Anyone who knows me knows that I've never met a stranger. I'm one of those people who can befriend just about anyone, even those surly folks who people warn you to steer clear of. I actually get a great deal of joy out of making people feel comfortable enough to let down their defenses, and I just have a natural ability to bring people out of their shells. So, with that being said, I spent months whittling away at Professor Hyde, following up with him about his sister who had the flu last week, asking how his ski trip went, complimenting his new briefcase. And slowly, we developed a friendship, and I could tell he actually respected me and my intellect. The end of the semester was now rapidly approaching, and we had a little grad student holiday party to celebrate the occasion. We all discussed our holiday plans and compared our plans for the next semester. Everyone else was going back home for the holidays, but I couldn't afford the cost of flying back home, especially if I were to miss work for an entire month. I worked a part-time job at a local bookstore to pay for my living expenses during grad school. I lamented about how jealous I was they all got to go home and visit their families and take a nice long break from the grind. When Professor Hyde walked up and chimed in, he told me that he's going out of the country for the holiday break and desperately needed somebody to watch his house while he was gone. Then he tells me that he'll pay me whatever I would have made working at the bookstore, and that way I'll be able to enjoy a relaxing break from school while still making money. I didn't even question it. I immediately accepted his offer and let out a squeal of excitement. I cannot wait to just loaf around and watch movies for a change. Professor Hyde had a beautiful, sprawling estate tucked into the mountains. An old Victorian that had been standing since the 1800s. It was one of those places that looked almost too perfect in the snow, like something out of a painting. But at night, when the wind howled through the gables, it felt different. The kind of different that makes your skin crawl. The house itself was massive, 3 stories, not including the attic. But I only used a few rooms. The kitchen, the guest bedroom, a bathroom, and the library where I liked to read in the evenings. Everything else was dark and empty, with furniture covered in white sheets like forgotten ghosts, which struck me as odd because I could have sworn the professor told me that he was currently residing in the house. But it looked like it hadn't been lived in for decades. Professor Hyde had warned me that the old wiring made the lights flicker sometimes. He also told me not to go into the basement. He said that he kept it locked for a reason. I didn't ask why, but now I wish I had. The first few nights were uneventful. I worked on my thesis, read in the library, and sipped tea while the snow piled up outside. But on the 4th night, something changed. It started with the creaking. At first, I chalked it up to the house settling. Old places make noise, especially in the cold. But then I noticed a pattern. The creaks weren't random. They were slow, deliberate steps, traveling across the ceiling of the library, 1 floor above me. I tried to ignore it, telling myself I was being paranoid. But then the footsteps stopped, directly above where I was sitting. And then I heard breathing, not mine, not the wind, something deep and slow. I froze. It was faint, but I swear I could hear someone or something inhaling, holding its breath, and then slowly exhaling right above me. I wanted to run, to get out of that house, but my legs wouldn't move. I stared at the ceiling until the breathing stopped. And then, nothing. Complete silence. The kind of silence that presses against your eardrums and makes your heartbeat sound deafening. I finally convinced myself it was all in my head, and I forced myself to go to bed. That was a mistake. I woke up in the middle of the night, heart pounding. Not because of a dream, but because something was scratching at the bedroom door. A slow, deliberate scrape, like nails against the wood. I couldn't breathe. I thought maybe it was an animal. A raccoon or something that managed to get inside. But deep down, I knew better. The scratching stopped. And then, the doorknob turned. Not jiggled. Not a mistake of loose hardware. It turned and clicked open. I had locked it. I knew I had locked it. The door eased open an inch, then another. I couldn't see anything beyond the darkness. My fingers frantically reached for my phone on the nightstand. I turned on the flashlight and aimed it at the doorway, but it was empty. I couldn't fall asleep after that. I stayed up until dawn, listening, waiting. The house felt heavier, like it was pressing down on me, watching me. The next day, I called the professor, pretending like everything was fine. I casually asked if anyone had ever broken into the house. He laughed and said no one had ever dared come near the place. Okay, that's reassuring. That night, I barricaded my door. I kept a flashlight in my hand, wide awake, waiting for something to happen again. But at some point, exhaustion won, and I finally drifted off to sleep. Then I woke up to the blankets being pulled off of me. It wasn't a dream. It wasn't sleep paralysis. Something tugged the covers down, inch by inch. I felt the cold air rush over my legs and arms. I sat up, my body rigid with fear, and in the faint moonlight from the window, I saw it. At the foot of my bed, something crouched on the floor, pale and hairless. Its skin stretched too tight over a gaunt frame. Its limbs were too long, and its fingers ended in jagged claws. And its face, with hollowed-out eyes, black pits that absorbed the light. Its mouth was a thin, lipless gash, open just enough to show teeth. Way too many teeth. It didn't move. It just stared at me. And then, slowly, it started to approach me. I don't remember screaming. I don't even remember how I got out of bed. I just remember running down the hall, nearly falling down the stairs, and then stumbling out the front door into the snow. The cold wetness immediately soaking through my fuzzy slippers. I ran until my lungs burned, until the cold cut into my skin. I didn't stop until I was at the nearest neighbor's house, pounding on the front door. They finally let me in and I collapsed. I told them that I was just house sitting for the professor, and I explained everything that happened. They both stared at me with an uneasy confusion, like they thought I was crazy. I told them that I hadn't believed in any of this paranormal stuff either until I entered the professor's house. They both looked up at me with a growing look of concern. as they explained that house had been abandoned since the 1950s. They told me that an eccentric professor and research scientist had lived there, but he had mysteriously disappeared one day and was never seen again. They told me that nobody has lived in that house for the entire time they've lived next door. They even told me that they're the ones who cut the grass because it was an eyesore for them, living next to a creepy old overgrown estate. I stood there in shock, trying to understand what they were telling me. That night, I packed up my things and drove back to campus. I spent the rest of the holiday break holed up in my campus apartment, trying to make sense of it all. In January, classes resumed, and I was anxious to ask Professor Hyde for an explanation. To my horror, when I walked into class that day, there was a different professor welcoming back all the students. When I asked around campus, nobody had ever even heard of Professor Hyde. They all claimed this new professor wasn't new, and that he was the same professor we had all been working with last semester. Did that house throw me into a different timeline? What happened to Professor Hyde? Was he a real person? Was that even really his house? I ended up doing some research and discovered the obituary for an old Professor Hyde who had worked at the university back in the 1940s and 1950s. Apparently, he did all kinds of crazy, eccentric scientific experiments in the basement of his old mansion. But then one day, he just didn't show up to teach his classes, and he was never seen again. That spring, I ended up graduating with my master's under a professor I felt like I barely knew. But I was just grateful to get out of there. I moved away right after graduation, and on my way out of town, I drove past Professor Hyde's old mansion, and I thanked him for everything he taught me, even if it was from beyond the grave. This is Porch Lore, and I'm your host, Devin. This is the tale of the trapdoor. There are places that seem to resist the passage of time, where the air hangs heavy with stories too dark to tell. Hollow Vale was one of those places, a forgotten pocket of the Appalachian Mountains where the trees pressed close, blotting out the sky. Locals didn't speak much about the Vale, and when they did, it was in hushed tones accompanied by uneasy glances towards the dense forest. I learned about it the hard way, on a bitter winter night when my curiosity became my curse. I'd been hired by a historical preservation group to document abandoned settlements in the Appalachian Mountains. For some reason, Hollow Vale wasn't on the official itinerary. But an old map I had dug up in my research marked it as a once thriving mining town. As someone who is an intuitive and very sensitive to energy, abandoned mining towns have always freaked me out. I've been to several, and I've never been to a single one that wasn't foreboding. Mining towns were no stranger to tragedies. Between the deadly working conditions for miners and the cutthroat nature of the mining business and the unsavory characters these towns used to attract, it's no wonder they tend to be teeming with dark energy. There was no clear trail leading to it, just the old hand-drawn map and whispers on Reddit of a place forgotten by the world. Armed with GPS, thermal gear, and a healthy dose of delusional confidence, I set out early one morning. Snow clung to the branches, muting the landscape in a blanket of white. The hike was grueling, the air sharp in my lungs. But by late afternoon, I found it, or what was left of it. Dilapidated cabins leaned like drunken old men, their roofs sagging under the weight of the snow. A rusting water tower leaned precariously to one side, its surface mottled with corrosion. At the center of the vale stood the remnants of a church its steeple cracked and leaning. The bell was long gone, but its frame creaked in the wind, a hollow echo of its former glory. I set up camp in what appeared to be the largest intact cabin. The door hung on rusted hinges, and the interior smelled of decay and damp wood. I brushed snow off the floor and spread out my sleeping bag near the intact stone hearth. The wind howled through the gaps in the walls, but I told myself it was just another night in the wilderness. I got a small fire going in the hearth and cuddled up in thermal gear and a blanket. As night fell, the forest around Hollowville transformed. The shadows stretched and writhed. The giant trees towering over me seemed to lean in, as though eavesdropping on some secret whispered by the wind. I tried to sleep, but unease gnawed at the edges of my mind. Around midnight, I heard it. A low, rhythmic thumping. At first, I thought it was just the wind, knocking a loose shutter against a wall. But as the minutes dragged on, I realized it was too deliberate, too steady. I sat up, my breath clouding in the frigid air. The thumping grew louder, reverberating through the floorboards. It seemed to be coming from beneath the cabin. Heart racing, I grabbed my flashlight and crept towards the sound. My flashlight flickered, casting jittery beams across the cabin's warped walls, when I noticed a trap door in the corner. The ancient door groaned under my weight as I pried the door open. The thumping stopped abruptly, leaving a vacuum of silence that pressed against my eardrums. The darkness beneath the trapdoor was absolute, swallowing the beam of my flashlight. A foul stench wafted up, earthy and metallic. I hesitated, every instinct screaming at me to walk away. Lowering myself into the abyss, I found a set of crude stone steps, slick with moisture. The air grew colder with each step, and my breath came in shallow gasps. At the bottom, I stood in a narrow tunnel carved into the rock. The walls were damp and glistening, and the stench was overpowering. My flashlight flickered again, and I smacked it against my palm. The beam stabilized just as I saw it. A crude door, set into the rock, bound with rusted iron bands. My fingers trembled as I reached for the latch. The door creaked open, revealing a cavernous chamber. The walls were lined with ancient wooden beams, and the floor was covered with a thick layer of dust. In the center of the room stood a stone altar, its surface slick with dark stains. And then I saw them. Shadows that couldn't have been there. They flickered and danced along the walls, though there was no other source of light to cast them. My breath caught in my throat as the shadows coalesced, taking on grotesque, twisting forms. A sound filled the cavern, low, guttural, and filled with malice. The shadows surged toward me, their forms writhing and shifting. I stumbled backward, my flashlight slipping from my grasp and clattering to the floor. In the darkness, cold hands brushed against my skin. I held back a scream. The air was thick with the scent of decay and something older, something ancient and malevolent. Desperation clawed at my mind as I fumbled for the flashlight. My fingers closed around it and I flicked it on, the beam cutting through the darkness. The shadows recoiled, hissing like feral beasts. I didn't wait to see what they would do next. I ran, my boots pounding against the stone floor. The tunnel seemed to stretch on forever, but I didn't stop until I was back in the cabin, slamming the trapdoor shut behind me. The thumping resumed almost immediately, more frenzied now, as though whatever was beneath the cabin was furious at my escape. I barricaded the trapdoor with whatever I could find and huddled in the opposite corner, my breath ragged. That was all I needed to see. I was packing up my stuff and leaving right now. I'd take my chances with the black bears and bobcats. I was hiking back to my car tonight. Forget this. Then, as I looked out the window of the cabin, I see that it has started to snow. And it had started to snow pretty hard. Great. Well, as scared as I was, I'm not stupid enough to get trapped in a snowbank and freeze to death in the middle of the night on top of a mountain. So I hunkered down next to the fire and just tried to keep warm. The night was endless. The thumping continued until dawn, fading only as the first beams of sunlight crept through the cracks in the walls. Exhausted and terrified, I packed up my gear and fled Hollowvale, vowing never to return. To this day, I don't know what I encountered in that cursed place, but I kept it off the official itinerary of abandoned settlements. I took that map I found and hid it away deep in the archives. I've tried to rationalize it. Hallucinations brought on by cold and exhaustion? Echoes of a forgotten past? But deep down, I know the truth. The land can hold on to dark energy from the tragedies that happened on it. And some places are just meant to be forgotten. Their secrets are buried in the darkness for a reason. This is Porch Lore. And I'm your host, Devin. This is the tale of the ancestor apparition. So for years, I've been digging into my family tree on Ancestry.com. And it turns out you might not want to dig too deep into your past unless you're ready for what you might find. This is a story about a trip my friend Jessica and I took not too long ago to track down some of my more elusive ancestors. So buckle up and ride along with me to the Deep South, where old legends never quite rest. I'd been tracing my family's history for nearly 5 years. What started as a simple free trial of an ancestry membership grew into something much deeper and much more extensive than anyone in my family ever expected. You see, my family isn't your run-of-the-mill clan. We've got Mayflower passengers, Jamestown founders, Salem witches, the likes of Wild Bill Hickok mixed in my family tree. And yes, even the famous Clan Fraser and Clan Mackenzie of Scotland. It's actually pretty wild, and admittedly, it sounds made up. But literally, nearly every branch of my family tree is dripping with history and, well, mystery. One day while on Ancestry, I came across an old diary someone had scanned into the website's records. The diary mentioned a distant ancestor of mine, Annabelle Gray. She had settled in a tiny town in South Carolina. And all of a sudden, I knew I had to go. I spent half my life growing up in North Carolina. I have good friends in South Carolina. I love the Carolinas. I have to go see where she lived. The diary was filled with odd entries about her final years, and something about the way it all ended just didn't sit right with me. Naturally, I roped in Jessica. She's the kind of friend who will jump in with both feet no matter how weird my ideas get. We booked this adorable-looking Airbnb, an old restored plantation house in the heart of nowhere, also known as Fairhope, South Carolina. It was perfect. Rustic charm, historical detail, and all the makings of a quiet, research-filled trip. Or so we thought. Fairhope was, well, it was the kind of small town where the gas station is also the grocery store. When we drove in, we were greeted by folks staring at us like we were aliens. Probably because we didn't sound like we were from around there. We both grew up in North Carolina, but had lost most of our southern drawls once we moved out of the South. Jess, the ever-comedian, leaned over and whispered, "Do you think they'll accept city folk like us? Or should we brush up on our y'alls?" We arrived at the Airbnb just as the sun was starting to set. Now, this house was massive. It was an antebellum-style mansion with big columns and Spanish moss hanging from the giant oak trees. Just like something out of a Southern Gothic novel. It looked inviting, but also a little too perfect, if that makes sense. There was this lingering stillness about the place, like it had been waiting for us to show up. After we unpacked, we went into town for dinner at the one and only diner. That's where we met Tom, the local historian. Or, well, I guess self-appointed historian. Tom seemed to be one of those folks who knew everything about everyone. When he found out I was trying to research the Gray family, his eyes got wide. Oh, and you're staying out at the old Hartley place? You know that house has seen its fair share of strange things. Jessica and I exchanged a look. Of course. We would end up booking a haunted Airbnb without even meaning to. Tom told us about the town's history, how the Hartley family who built the house had all but vanished by the 1900s. And as for my ancestor Annabelle, well, rumor had it she'd been some sort of healer or wise woman, but the locals at the time had other words for her like witch. We got back to the house a little later than we expected, and I won't lie, by the time we pulled up the long driveway, I was feeling a little uneasy. But Jessica, being Jessica, was all, let's not get weird yet. It's just a big creepy old house. What could go wrong? Famous last words, right? The first night, nothing too wild happened. Just a few creaks and groans, but that's to be expected with an old house. I chalked it up to settling wood and wind. But at about 2 a.m., I woke up. You know that feeling when your eyes are closed, but you can still just feel when someone is standing too close to you? Yeah, that feeling. I sat up for a split second, and I swear I saw someone, just a shadow, standing at the foot of my bed. I blinked and it was gone. I told myself it was probably just a dream, but still, I couldn't shake that feeling. The next day, Jessica and I hit up the local archives. I was determined to get to the bottom of Annabelle's story. So this archive place was straight out of an old movie. Dusty shelves, crumbling papers, and this musty smell that made you feel like the past was just sitting there waiting for you to open the right book. While I was elbow deep in family records, Jessica started looking at property records for the house we were staying in. And that's when she found something interesting. Turns out, her great-great-grandfather had worked on the Hartley plantation as a carpenter. We looked at each other like, well, this just got even weirder. What were the odds that Jess and I both had ancestral ties to this place? But the more we dug, the stranger it got. Annabelle had lived in the house for years. But the last entry we found on her was unsettling. There was no official record of her death, no grave. It was like she just disappeared. That night, things got a little more active. We heard footsteps in the hallway. At first, I thought it was Jessica going to the kitchen for a midnight snack. But when I called out, I heard her voice from the other side of the house. She wasn't even near the hallway. Maybe we've got raccoons or something, Jessica whispered. But raccoons don't walk like people. The sounds were deliberate, slow, like someone pacing. After a while, we decided to do a little EVP session. You know, to record any potential ghost voices. Not that we really expected anything, but we figured why not? Well, let me tell you, we got something. A faint voice on playback whispering just one word. Annabelle. I about dropped the recorder. The next day, we went back to Tom at the diner to tell him what we'd found. He wasn't surprised. He said people had been hearing strange things about that house for years. But here's where it gets really weird. Tom told us that Annabelle wasn't just some wise woman. She was believed to be connected to some old, ancient magic, something tied to the land itself. And that house? It was built on land that the local Native American tribes had considered sacred long before the settlers arrived. As Tom told us this, I could see Jessica's face go pale. She pulled me aside later and said she had had dreams about a woman standing at the window of the house, looking out over the fields. A woman in old-fashioned clothes calling her by name. On the last night of our stay, it all came together. We were sitting in the living room just talking about everything we'd uncovered when the lights flickered. It wasn't the first time the power had acted up, but this time it felt different. There was a weight in the air, like we weren't alone. Jessica looked at me, wide-eyed, and said, "Do you feel that?" Suddenly, the footsteps started again, but this time they were louder, closer. And then the temperature in the room dropped. Jessica and I stood up, frozen, as a figure appeared at the end of the hallway. It was just a shadow at first, but then it was her, Annabelle. I knew it somehow. She didn't even have to say anything. She just stood there looking at us. And then just as quickly as she appeared, she was gone. In the days that followed, we realized what it all meant. Annabelle hadn't been haunting us to scare us. She'd been trying to connect. Her life had been erased, her story buried. And we were the ones who could finally uncover the truth. Jessica and I left Fairhope with more questions than answers, but one thing was clear. We'd stumbled upon something bigger than just a family tree. We'd found a legacy, one that was still very much alive. And if you're brave enough to dig into your family history, just remember, you might not always like what you find. This is Porch Lore. And I'm your host, Devin. This is the tale of the Salem time slip. I've always been fascinated by history, by the stories of people who lived and died long before I was born. But I never imagined I would become one of those stories. This is the story of how I was thrust into the heart of one of the most terrifying periods in human history, the Salem witch trials. It was a time of fear and paranoia, of accusations and executions, and for a brief, horrifying moment, I was there. It happened on a rainy afternoon in Massachusetts. I was visiting Salem, wandering through its historic streets and museums, marveling at the sheer weight of history that hung in the air. My great-great-great-grandmother, Susanna, was actually one of the women accused of witchcraft, and I had only recently discovered this while researching my family tree, and I was eager to track down more information about her. The Witch Trials Memorial was particularly haunting, its stone benches engraved with the names of those who had been accused and executed. As I stood there, I noticed a small ornate locket on the ground under one of the benches. It was unlike anything I had ever seen, its surface adorned with delicate engravings of twisted vines and strange symbols. Curious, I reached out to pick it up. The moment my fingers touched the locket, the world around me seemed to dissolve. The air grew heavy, and a strange electric hum filled my ears. I felt a sensation like falling, though my feet never left the ground. When the world came back into focus, I was no longer in the modern tourist-filled town of Salem. The air was thick with the scent of wood smoke and damp earth, and the sound of voices raised in argument echoed through the streets. I was in Salem, but not the Salem I knew. This was the Salem of 1692. The town was alive with activity. People in simple dark clothing hurried through the streets, their faces drawn with fear and suspicion. The buildings were smaller, rougher, their wooden frames weathered by time. The atmosphere was tense, like a storm about to break. I could feel the fear in the air, the paranoia that had taken hold of the town. It was such a heavy energy, I could hardly bear it. I looked down at myself and realized that my modern clothes had been replaced by a plain homespun dress, my hair tied back in a bun. I had become one of them. Panic surged through me. How long would I be here? How would I survive in a world where I didn't belong? As I stood there trying to gather my thoughts, a woman approached me. She was older, her face lined with worry, her eyes darting nervously around the street. She called me Susanna, her voice low and urgent, and she told me I needed to come quickly. They were gathering at the meeting house. I hesitated, then nodded. I didn't know who she was, but she clearly knew me. I followed her through the narrow streets, my heart pounding in my chest. The meeting house was packed with people, their faces pale and drawn. At the front of the room, a group of girls were writhing and screaming, their voices high and shrill. The townspeople watched in horror, their faces filled with fear and anger. Whispers filled the room, voices murmuring about bewitchment and the devil's work. I felt a chill run down my spine. I knew what was coming. The accusations, the trials, the executions, and I knew that I was in danger. The girls began pointing at random people in the crowd, their fingers trembling as they leveled their accusations. Each accusation was met with gasps and cries of outrage. I could feel the fear in the room, the paranoia that had taken hold of the town. Then, one of the girls pointed at me. Her voice rose in a shrill scream as she accused me of witchcraft. The room erupted in chaos. People turned to stare at me, their faces filled with fear and anger. I backed away, my heart pounding in my chest. But there was no escape. Hands grabbed me, rough and unyielding, and dragged me to the front of the room. Voices shouted at me, demanding that I confess, that I admit to my sins. I struggled, but it was no use. There were too many of them. They threw me into a small, dark cell, the door slamming shut behind me. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth and decay, and the only light came from a small barred window high above. I don't know how long I sat there, trembling in the dark, but it felt like an eternity. Finally, the door creaked open and a man stepped inside. He was tall and thin, his face pale and drawn, his eyes filled with a cold, calculating light. He told me I stood accused of witchcraft and asked if I would confess. I shook my head, my voice trembling as I denied the accusations. He studied me for a moment, then nodded and left, the door slamming shut behind him. I don't know how long I was in that cell, but it felt like days. They brought me food and water, but no one spoke to me. I could hear the screams of the other prisoners, the cries of the accused, and I knew that my time was running out. Then, one night, I heard a sound that made my blood run cold. It was the sound of footsteps, slow and deliberate, coming down the hall. The door creaked open and the man stepped inside. He told me it was time. They dragged me out of the cell and into the night. The air was thick with the smell of smoke and fear, and the sound of voices raised in anger filled the air. They led me to the gallows, the noose hanging ominously in the moonlight. The man asked if I had any last words. I looked around, my heart pounding in my chest. The townspeople watched in silence, their faces filled with fear and anger. Then I saw her, the woman who had brought me to the meeting house. She was standing at the edge of the crowd, her face pale and drawn, her eyes filled with tears. I whispered for her to help me, my voice trembling. She hesitated. Then she stepped forward, her voice ringing out in the night. She declared my innocence, her words cutting through the noise of the crowd. The crowd turned to stare at her, their faces filled with shock and anger. Voices rose in protest, accusing her of being bewitched and being under my spell. The chaos erupted again, people shouting and pushing, their voices filled with fear and anger. I don't know how I got away. Maybe it was the chaos, or maybe it was the woman's courage. All I know is that I broke free from the noose and ran, stumbling through the dark streets, the sound of the crowd fading behind me. I ran until I couldn't run anymore, until my legs gave out and I collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. When I looked up, I was back in the modern town of Salem, the locket still clutched in my hand. I never told anyone what happened. How could I? But I still think about that courageous woman who stood up for me at the gallows. I wonder who she was. Did she make it out of Salem alive? All I know is that I hope she thrived. I kept the locket, thinking that one day maybe I'll go back again and try to save her. This is Porch Lore, and I'm your host, Devin. This is the tale of the Versailles time slip. I've always been drawn to history, to the stories of people who lived and died long before I was born. But I never imagined I would become one of those stories. This is the tale of how I was thrust into the heart of one of the most tumultuous periods in human history, the French Revolution. It was a time of opulence and terror, of beauty and bloodshed, and for a brief, horrifying moment, I was there. Now, I've always had a deep, unexplainable connection to France and the French culture, and I'm talking like past life type of connection. Since I was a child, the things that I've always been drawn to always turned out to be French or influenced somehow by French culture. My love for anything French continued into adulthood, and now some might even refer to me as a Francophile, which is someone who loves France and French culture. So, in my 20s, my boyfriend at the time surprised me for my birthday and flew me to France. We were going to spend one day in Paris and then continue on to Carcassonne to stay with one of my best friends, Katie, for the rest of the week. However, I got food poisoning our one and only night in Paris. So sadly, I didn't really get the immersive Parisian experience that I had always hoped for. But I did still have one of the most amazing times of my life in beautiful Carcassonne, France, and the medieval fortified city. So, fast forward about a decade. Time had passed, my life had changed dramatically, but I had still always wanted to return to Paris someday. I still really wanted to immerse myself in the place that I believed I had lived in a past life. I had saved up for a solo trip and was ready to explore the culture and history of France. While visiting the Palace of Versailles, I was wandering through its grand halls and gilded chambers, marveling at the sheer extravagance of it all. The Hall of Mirrors was particularly breathtaking, its crystal chandeliers casting rainbows of light across the polished floors. As I stood there, I noticed a small, ornate clock on a side table. It was unlike anything I had ever seen. Its face adorned with delicate engravings of roses and fleurs-de-lis. Curious, I reached out to touch it. The moment my fingers brushed the clock, the world around me seemed to dissolve. The air grew heavy, and a strange electric hum filled my ears. I felt a sensation like falling, though my feet never left the ground. When the world came back into focus, I was no longer in the modern tourist-filled palace. The air was thick with the scent of perfume and candle wax, and the sound of laughter and music echoed through the halls. I was in Versailles, but not the Versailles I knew. It was the Versailles of 1789. The palace was alive with activity. Nobles in powdered wigs and silk gowns strolled through the halls, their voices sharp with gossip and intrigue. Servants scurried past, their arms laden with trays of food and wine. The opulence was overwhelming, but beneath the surface, I could sense a tension and a simmering unease. The people whispered of bread shortages, of unrest in Paris, and a king and queen who seemed oblivious to the suffering of their people. I looked down at myself and realized that my modern clothes had been replaced by a gown of pale blue silk, my hair piled high in an elaborate style. I had become one of them. Panic surged through me. How long would I be here? How would I survive in a world where I didn't belong? As I stood there trying to gather my thoughts in a panic, a man approached me. He was tall and handsome with piercing blue eyes and a confident stride. He wore the uniform of a royal guard, his sword gleaming at his side. "Mademoiselle," he said, bowing slightly, "you seem lost. May I be of assistance?" I hesitated, then nodded. I think I took a wrong turn." He smiled, offering me his arm. "Allow me to escort you. These halls can be quite confusing." As we walked, he introduced himself as Captain Laurent de Montreal, a member of the King's Guard. He was charming and kind, and for a moment, I almost forgot the danger I was in. But then we passed a window, and I saw the crowds gathered outside the palace gates. They were not the well-dressed nobles I had seen inside, but ordinary people, peasants, workers, their faces gaunt with hunger and anger. They shouted for bread, for justice, for the heads of the king and the queen. Laurent noticed my expression and sighed. "Pay them no mind, mademoiselle. They are but rabble stirred up by agitators. The king will restore order." But I knew better. I knew what was coming. The storming of the Bastille, the reign of terror, the guillotine. And I knew that I was trapped in the middle of it. Over the next few days, I tried to blend in, to learn what I could. I attended lavish balls and soirees where the nobility danced and drank as if the world outside the palace walls didn't even exist. Then I met Marie Antoinette herself, a woman of striking beauty and charm, but also shockingly naive. She spoke of her gardens, her dresses, her children, but never of the suffering of her people. I wanted to scream at her, to warn her of what was coming, but I knew it would do no good. History could not be changed. The tension in the palace grew with each passing day. The whispers of revolution grew louder, and even the nobles began to feel the fear that had long gripped the common people. One night, as I stood on a balcony overlooking the gardens, Laurent found me. His face was grim. "You should leave," he said. "It's not safe here anymore." "I can't," I replied, my voice trembling. I don't belong here." He looked at me strangely, as if he sensed the truth in my words. But before he could respond, the sound of shouting reached our ears. We turned to see a mob of people storming the palace gates, their torches lighting up the night. The revolution had begun. Chaos erupted. The nobles fled in all directions, in their fine clothes and powdered wigs. All the wealth in the world couldn't protect them from this long overdue justice. I ran with Laurent through the maze of halls, my heart pounding in my chest. The air was thick with smoke and the metallic smell of blood. The sound of gunfire echoed through the palace. I didn't know where we were going, only that I had to escape. But it was too late. The mob was everywhere, their faces twisted with rage. They dragged nobles from their hiding places, their cries for undeserved mercy falling on deaf ears. I saw Marie Antoinette being led away, her face pale with fear. And then, as Laurent and I tried to slip through a side door, we were caught. The mob surrounded us, their eyes blazing with hatred. Laurent drew his sword, but it was no use. There were too many of them. As they closed in, Laurent stood in front of me and pressed his back up against me to shield me from the crowd. And in that moment, I could feel his heartbeat. It was racing. I could feel his fear. As the crowd grabbed him, I struggled to hold on to his arm, but it was no use, and they dragged Laurent away. The last thing I saw was Laurent's face, filled with despair as the angry, starving mob closed in around him. And then I felt that familiar hum in the air. The world seemed to tilt, and I was falling again. When I opened my eyes, I was back in the modern Palace of Versailles, my hand still touching the ornate clock. The halls were quiet, the tourist oblivious to the horrors I had just witnessed. I never told anyone what happened. How could I? But sometimes when I close my eyes, I can still see the faces of Laurent, Marie Antoinette, the panicked nobility running through the dark back hallways, and the desperate faces of the hungry mob. Now seen as these larger-than-life characters in the fantastical stories of our collective history, they were once real people, with real emotions, real fears, and real heartbeats, just like us. They were still just real people, lost somewhere in time. I still wonder if what I experienced was real, or if it was just some weird daydream caused by the excitement of finally standing in Versailles. I can't really explain it. But either way, next time you're somewhere of historical importance, please be careful what you touch. I'm Devin, and thanks for joining me, Porch Pals. For more strange and unexplained stories, be sure to subscribe to Porch Lore's YouTube channel and help me reach 1,000 subscribers. Thanks for watching.